All right, let's go ahead and get started. We have a forum. We are unmuted. Zoom is going to be starting. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September business meeting of the Montana Geospatial Information Advisory Council. My name is Jenny Staff. I'm the State Librarian and Chair of the Council. Before we go around and do council introductions, I want to start off by introducing Victoria Gersdorf. Victoria is our new administrative assistant at the State Library. So she's providing all of the logistics and coordination for this meeting. She's here taking minutes, and she'll be following up with all of you on your travel reimbursements. One change to note for that process, Victoria is going to be doing that via DocuSign. So you should look for those documents to come to you in the next few days in your email via DocuSign to handle that. So we're really glad to have you with us, Victoria, and thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Great. Erin, you want to introduce yourself?
My name is Erin Fashway. I'm the state GIS coordinator and I staff the council.
I'm Maureen Sealander. I'm the GIS manager for Custer County and Miles City, Montana, and I represent local government on the council.
Lee Mackholtz, I'm the GIS manager for the city of Missoula, and I also represent local government.
I'm Valentine Hall. I work at the Fire Center at the University of Montana. I represent the Montana University System.
Joe. How do you introduce?
Excuse me, I'm Joe Coughlin, land surveyor representing Mons.
Alan Armstrong, representing the federal government. I'm with the BLM and currently have way too many jobs these days, but I'm still keeping a smile on my face. Happy to be here.
Well,
Thanks again for hosting in various locations in Helena.
Good morning, I'm Eric Spangenberg. I'm on the council and I represent the mega community, the Montana professional GIS community. So
Thank you. I don't think we have any council members online.
We double check.
Sorry.
Adam, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sorry about that. And I'll be in person here in a little bit. I got caught in a previous meeting. But yeah, Adam Carpenter, Chief Data Officer, and wonderful to be here, everybody.
Great, Adam, look forward to seeing you in person. Thanks for being here. And we are expecting one more council member to join us, Brian, so if he is able to arrive, we'll have him introduce himself. We have a couple of council members or seats not with us right now. We're in the process of transitioning our state rep. Karen Coleman will no longer be serving on the council, and then our private sector rep is currently open. There are a number of seats that are also up for reappointment right now, but it is state law that people are in those seats continue to serve until they're either reappointed or those seats are filled by someone else. So we'll be in touch, or they resign. You can always resign, but please don't. And so we'll be in touch with the governor's office about the status of those reappointments here moving forward. Thank you all. We do have some staff both in person and online that'll be doing presentations or available for questions. We'll have them introduce themselves as we move through the agenda. A couple of notes. I want to thank the Department of Military Affairs and for the use of their conference room space to host us. If you're not familiar with this space, restrooms are behind us. The women's restroom is closest, and then go on and you'll find the men's restrooms. And then we have lunch from Chipotle arriving sometime between 11:45 and noon. So we will break for lunch when lunch arrives. Any other logistical questions?
If the bathrooms are closed, you go through the double doors and they're on your left-hand side. There's another set of restrooms.
do we have to resubmit our paperwork if we're expiring? Or,
I'm aware
Not that I'm aware of, but we'll find out
okay,
for sure.
and actually, I don't know. I haven't looked to see when our expiration dates are for our time, so.
We'll follow up with you if necessary.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get started with the agenda. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda?
I have one.
Okay.
The Montana Geospatial Information Act grant recommendations. So those we'll hear from the memo, but the
Yeah.
full recommendation report will not be ready until the November meeting. We'll talk about more of that.
And linked from your agenda is a memo discussing that as well. Let's see, the first order of business is acceptance of the May 15th executive summary. Are there any changes or corrections to the executive summary?
Okay.
All right. Hearing none, those meetings will stand approved. And then your next action item and sort of the major point of business for this meeting is the 2025 through June 30th, 2028 Geospatial Information Plan. First, I want to thank all of you for all of your input into that plan. I know you've been working hard to solicit comments and feedback from the groups that you represent to ensure that we're hearing from everyone who is represented by the goals and priorities of the plan. And so I want to thank you all for that. It's been a long time drafting, and I just want to remind everyone, including those people online, we used to do an annual land plan, and thanks to some updates to statute, we now have the opportunity to do a longer plan. It does put more onus on us to make sure that we do a good job of drafting that plan and seek public input on it, to make sure that we're trying to put forward a plan that really will stand the test of several years as we move through the goals and priorities. But one of the things that we're excited about at the State Library is having more opportunity to really understand the impact of the plan and make sure that we're doing adequate data collection, evaluation, and reporting to determine whether or not we're on the right track and make sure that as we continue to update and modify the plan going forward, that we have adequate information to do so. I also want to say that I'm just really pleased with the introduction of the case studies into the plan. For someone like me, who's not a GIS professional, for people like members of the State Library Commission, who will review this plan at their October meeting, it makes the contents of the plan and the application of the plan and our work just so much more concrete and tangible. So thanks to those of you who helped contribute to those case studies. I really think that they were very meaningful and helpful for us. I want to start by asking if there's just any general comments or questions from any members of the council about the contents of the plan.
I did like the introductory after the executive summary, the impact, because that's what you're talking about. We have, what did we have, 3? I would suggest that we all contribute something to that. I mean, even being federal, we have a tremendous number of users that use this data within the state.
Yeah.
So I could certainly write something up on that. I was not asked.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying that everybody should have an opportunity to write something, or everyone should contribute a section to this from all of our segments that we represent in the future.
I love that idea, Alan.
We can also do an annual impact report too.
We're doing something similar right now with the Montana State Reference Network. We're soliciting case studies, and those will be posted on the MTSRN website. And we can very easily do something similar on the plan page or something like that. Any other general questions for discussion? One of the things that we're interested in getting your feedback on and hearing more from council members is making sure that in the plan, we sort of see what success looks like. We see and understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish, and that we are collecting data, both quantitative and qualitative through case studies and other means, that we're reporting that back to you. So we're interested in your feedback on, you know, are we on the same page about what success looks like? What does success look like? And through what means, through what avenues would be helpful for you as the council to see that impact, to understand that we're making progress. I'm inviting comments. Yes, exactly. I'm looking at you with a direct stare.
Not prepared to comment, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think about it, I mean, I've been involved, I mean, I try to attend the working group meetings, so I mean, I feel that I'm informed of what's going on, because, you know, as long as, you know, you're advertising those meetings and you're sending out the Zoom links, you know, as long as it's done, you know, a little bit in advance, you know, long in advance, so it's, you know, I try to attend, you know, any and all those work group, the standard layer work groups. And so for me, that makes me feel that I know what's going, you know, I'm informed of what's going on. You know, I also have the benefit of being in town, so occasionally run into people, so it's easy to get and have conversations that way as well. I mean, that's obviously not a council thing, but in regards to what's going on with these data layers, I feel pretty good about being, you know, where in my position of being informed of what's going on. Because I attend those meetings and I see what's going on, so as long as those are, you know, continue to be public and we continue announcing those, I feel from my viewpoint, I'm being informed of what actions are going on, so.
And I think the focus of those meetings recently on the data matrices and looking at data value, you know, does directly tie back to the priorities that we've laid out in the plan. So,
Yeah,
so making sure that those working group meetings sort of elevate the point that work is an extension of the priorities that have.
of the priorities that we've laid out in the plan, so.
I agree with Eric. I like the MSDI theme reports and that they're online and that we get notice of those and that they're recorded. So if for some reason I can't attend during the actual meeting, I can go back and I can watch it and I can still get all the updates on what's going on. And I think putting that out there publicly like that really helps. And so, yeah, it's been nice sitting in on those updates and seeing what's going on and how much work is going into getting this out there and usable.
One of the other things that we want to focus on after the plan is adopted is sharing the plan with different user communities. We're wanting to know from you, are there specific communities, you know, besides the obvious MACO and MEGIP, for example, that we should be getting in touch with, offering to do webinars with sharing communications? Are there newsletters that we might be sharing updates through? You know, we really want to make sure that this plan is not something that is just held within the echo chamber of the GIS community, because the impacts are obviously much broader. And it's important for us to make sure that people beyond the GIS community know that this plan exists, know that there's people at the state library and within the GIS community that they can talk to about questions, and obviously then are aware of the data and services that are available to them to help their jobs. So suggestions for groups and channels that we might use to be in communication with others.
Well, I know that there's been presentations at like the clerk recorders conventions, and I'm not sure about the treasurers conventions, but the different elected official conventions, that's a good way to get it out to, other than Mako, you know, because a lot of those don't attend Mako per se, those are mostly just commissioners and those higher elected county
Yeah.
officials, and so I think that's a really good outreach. Basically, kind of my meeting with our clerk and recorder's office and the elections administrators was how this impacts them. And, you know, kind of the story that we put in there, in the case study, they really see the impact
Yeah.
of that, and so, you know, when you make it more personal like
Yeah.
that, it just really, it grabs their attention better.
Your case study was so powerful.
Mhm.
I think another thing would be your expertise on, from your individual communities, what's the best way to present it?
Yeah.
Cause it's probably needs to be heard differently by different people, like, is it a presentation, is it a webinar, is it being in person at a conference, or to the exec team? Or whatever group.
I think it's really hard to capture the attention of executive level, in something like a webinar.
Yeah.
You know, you have, if they make the time on the calendar to show up, they're most likely multitasking.
Yeah.
You know, so to get there and keep their attention, something that they're intentionally at the conference at the cities and towns. And
Yeah.
Mako, stuff like that, I think is probably some of the most effective.
I think that's a great point. Yeah. Much better return on our investment. Yeah. Yeah. What about the local government SIG? Is that something where we could attend a meeting or offer a webinar or training, something like that?
Yeah, I think that would be worth
I do too.
Yeah.
I don't think they've had one in a while.
We have one today.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, every single time I manage to miss it, it's just so frustrating. No, it was last week.
Was it last week? Oh, okay, I know I missed it.
Okay.
How often do things?
Monthly, we're
Okay.
there's usually at least 5 MSL staff. Like between
Yeah.
3 and 5 MSL staff on those.
So you guys know how to get on the agenda for.
Oh, yeah, I'm always asking, I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got openings as well.
Yeah.
Now,
Yep.
We just finished a whole series with USGS.
Yeah.
Ellen, so.
I have a question about that group. I've been on it a few times, but it's been a
Can
while.
you introduce yourself? for
Oh,
the-
hi, Kevin Hammer. I'm not on the council. So, but is that group primarily GIS professionals? And what I'm wondering is there are a lot of people in local government that wouldn't call themselves GIS people, but use GIS.
Mhm.
And I worry about them feeling intimidated by GIS and GIS and people that, you know, GIS professionals. And I don't know if that, does anybody know if that group gets many people outside of?
I don't think so.
No,
Yeah.
it's mostly, yeah.
So I'm wondering with particularly, I mean, anybody that has thoughts, but particularly local government folks, if you have thoughts on ways to get more of those people that are outside of what we traditionally think of as the GIS community involved in that group or involved in it.
Well, I think with the SIG, you have to be a member of MAGA, if I recall.
Indeed.
So I think with the special interest group, so at the local government SIG meeting, they're all gonna be MAGA members already. So they're gonna be folks who are already the GIS people, if you will. I think getting the plan out comes back to your suggestion of each of our professional areas, reaching out type of thing, sending out to MAGIP listserv. The MAGIP listserv, you don't have to be a member, so anyone of interest can follow and get those emails. Now, if those emails cross post to other organizations, Such as, I think at one time, we used to get cross postings from like the Colorado feed. You know, that type of thing. I don't know if that still happens or not, you know, so, you know, if we could somehow auto install the Mako email list or. You know, I'm shooting from the hip here, you know, type of thing, but, you know, other email lists, you know, I mean. I get the May post and then I get the state libraries. You know, post about this meeting, about the library council meetings, you know, that type of thing, so I'm on that. I'm on a Montana legit, I'm on a Montana local government IT. I still haven't figured out how I got on that one, but it's always fun to get their security meeting calls and stuff like that, and so.
Yeah.
I've never unsubscribed because I find it
Do those come from
slightly fascinating.
Do they come from Carly King with
No,
Mako?
no, not those, that one's, MT legit, that's local government IT, that's, Joe, Brolick,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's the
Yeah.
CISO, yeah,
so
I get those.
I get a lot of those, so.
In my opinion, I think what would be good, and a few, I know a few of you have done this, is we have to send, you know, we have our responsibility to notice. And, you know, some people go like, not a post from Aaron, you know, but if you draw attention to it and say, hey, this was sent out, this is important for these reasons for our community, I think that would be also impactful, or send it out separately. I can draw an analogy with the NSDI strategic plan. Josh Delmonica was the head of the Federal Geographic Data Committee with the feds, and he did not personally send me an email about asking for updates on the strategic plan, but it came to me through NSGIC. And said, hey, everybody, we want all 50 states giving comments on this. And so kind of taking that similar approach, because, you know, he has to do he doesn't have time or staff to notify, you know, every single GIS manager in the US and the feds. And so kind of think of that broader one, taking it down to like the Montana scale, that we could probably try to practice something similarly and say, this is the reason why you need to post to these groups, and this is why we want your response.
Eric, do you mind digging a little more? You mentioned the Make It list, or and that's a wonderful tool. Do you know, like, just because I know a little bit about it, it's in Cook County and Helena, there's there's GIS people outside of you in Jason, right? There's a
Handful of others.
Jason, maybe a water. Do you know if they're on that list or?
I've told them to,
Okay.
or I should say, I have shared it with them and asked them and pointed it out to them, so. You know, whether they are or not, I wouldn't know.
Because I have that same word, you know, there's a lower barrier, right? All they have to do is sign up,
Mhm.
but still worried.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's at least two that probably.
Is there a way to request, that I might get the names of .gov users that subscribe to that? I would really like to know. I mean, I've tried to beat the drum a lot. I think we have a lot of users, and I usually push out the major posts.
Yeah.
Or listserv posts to all of my users,
Mhm.
because I know a lot of them don't get it, you know, the things from Eric Pimpler and just other news about conferences and stuff like that. There's gotta be a way to find out, are there any USDA.gov, BLM.gov addresses? Who could do that?
Talk to the big excited.
Jeff Hedstrom does manage.
Yeah, Jeff.
Helps manage that list. So we could probably work with him to sort that out.
Okay, I could ask. Yeah, to be dig into that.
I don't know if Jerry Dalmore is still on there or
Who
not.
my users are.
Yeah,
But just to see, it'd be nice to see if it increases ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I can ask you.
Still thinking about local governments, you know, we try to attend planners meetings. Are there other groups at the local government level that come to mind?
Not that really.
Public works and planners, kind of.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking
Whereas-
is, we've started, or we've had in the past couple of years, we haven't met for a while, kind of a GIS managers meeting where local government GIS managers, Eric, myself, Gail from Bozeman, Aaron in Great Falls, we've kind of started our own little meetings, and I think what might be really useful is to put together a little bit of an email list of GIS managers through local government, counties, even other levels of government or industry. And then send an email directed to that level.
Yeah.
And say, hey, can you disseminate this amongst your users in your
Yeah.
organization? And make it a direct ask to that level, that kind of middle management level.
Yeah.
Cause it's something like, Eric does and Ellen, I do the same thing. But I don't always remember. And, I don't know how many other people do that as well. So
Yeah.
folks like Mike Snook and, others at that level, just a little bit of a
Little bit of more of
a friendly poke.
targeted outreach from us,
Mhm.
friendly folk from us to you to then
Yeah.
make that ask.
Cause I don't, and at least I know for in city of Missoula, the other GIS users within the organization that aren't my staff aren't subscribed to those lists.
Sure.
They, if I'm not pushing it to them, they're not paying attention.
Any other thoughts within the university system?
Such a diverse group, it's
Yeah, it
pretty hard. I think they're all GIS experts probably.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of their interest in spatial data.
Yeah.
People come in frequently, just, one-on-one asking questions, both faculty and students. But if it's beyond my floor, then I don't see very much. So getting information out to people who are all farther away, or even at other institutions like in the US, that'd be something to think about, how to get them more involved.
Yeah,
And it's huge, right?
yeah. Maybe that's something we can follow up with you on
Mm-hmm.
going forward. We have, some relationships with different offices within the university system, but we spent the summer working with folks from the ag department at MSU, and it's astounding to see how many different groups and programs there are, and frankly, how siloed they all are.
But it'd be easy to reach the students, maybe like in a class or so, like especially in the introductory GIS classes, 'cause they are, drowning in data, have no idea where to look for it, but
Yeah.
they're always looking to get them. I always point to the state library for high quality data. To get some feedback would be good.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if students would be interested too, in the idea of data governance and, if people are planning to pursue careers as GIS professionals, having an idea of what that looks like at the state level
Yeah.
might be of interest as well.
Since we don't have a geography, well, we still have the department, but not really a major anymore. I think
Yeah.
it changed a little bit.
Yeah.
Certificate is really popular.
Yeah.
But those people don't necessarily want to be GIS professionals. They want to just have enough GIS knowledge
Sure,
to use it,
Sure.
to use it,
yeah,
to
yeah.
get a job somewhere.
Alan, for you at the federal level, it's that much harder and then some. Do you have any other thoughts or ideas on more outreach that we could or should be doing?
Well, starting with, who my users are to help, I'd like to see, like, who's listening in.
Yeah.
So I'll ask Jeff for that, and then, just, you need somebody to push that information out. I fulfill that role at this point. At least with the 3 states that we deal with. The MGIAC stuff doesn't really pertain to quotas too much, but, they can then go back to their state and say, hey, could we get something going like Montana has?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's a model for the whole country. Now, we have, what I call occasional users. We have tremendous number of occasional users of
Yeah.
GIS.
Yeah.
That need help from the very basics on how do I fire up our pro? To where do I find data? So I send them out information about, for the state library data, how do you get to it? Here's how you can pull in those services and such. I don't know if you've gotten ever any outreach from federal agencies too much, or do they just go within their own walls of confinement? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're constantly working with certain departments,
Yeah.
NGS, USGS, USDA,
BIA.
BIA. Yeah, meet regularly with the BIA. Um. Could ask if they'd be cool inviting you
I was gonna
to
say,
that
yeah.
group. We've
What
got. KR Bixby and Caroline Rowalk
Yeah.
are our regional geospatial advisors. Coordinators for the BIA, so they cover all the. Tribes that exist within Montana boundaries, and then, but we've also invited Heidi, my counterpart, Heidi Martin from Wyoming, to join us because. KR covers the Wind River. Reservation and the tribes, I don't remember the tribes that exist in the Wind River Reservation. But, so we have a regular coordination call. And KR wanted to invite Brian, so Brian occasionally joins us, the tribal council rep. The other thing I think we could potentially do is to, get you connected with Megan Compton with the Federal Geographic Data Committee. And maybe they have some sort of, the FGDC and the NGAC. Perhaps they have some recommendations or understanding on what could be done there and how to coordinate. They're probably the ones that get tapped into.
Well, we do a tremendous amount of coordination within Fed.
Yeah,
So I just don't know how much of that spills over to state by state
yeah.
coordination, it's,
Might be
Oh,
a good
census
for
system.
yeah.
For the council of councils too.
They are not meeting currently, which I'll bring up later.
Okay. Yeah.
But Megan, I think will be key there, because I might try to harness her back in, because she was one of the ones that helped lead, she was one of the leadership. Folks on the council and councils, which is a district working group.
We have a tremendous number of meetings and we get almost nowhere. So it's, it's a frustrating, it's a very slow turning cog.
Yeah.
I sat on NGAC for a while. Yeah. We appreciate how slow it is. Joe, relationship with Marls. How do you feel that's working?
I think it's great. Yeah, I think we're getting a lot more involvement.
Yeah. Like we said, Michael and Evan will both be in Fort Benton tomorrow, attending that workshop. We're trying to get a little bit more engagement with the chapters, figuring out how to get in front of them, sharing more information at kind of that chapter level,
Sure.
rather than just at the state level.
Yeah, I know the Flathead, the kind of chapter, there's different chapters all over the state, over in eastern Montana, in my part, there's only like 2 of us.
It's like, yeah,
And we're in it.
yeah,
With Troy Jensen and myself.
Hmm.
that's
There's a
good.
few
That's
other
good to know.
surveyors, but
Mhm.
yeah. No, I think, be nice to have you guys there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
I can tell if Evan looked like he wanted to say something or ask something else. Okay.
No.
I think the other thing to note, maybe, Joe, is how you report regularly, and I know Dan did the same thing, and he's kind of.
Yeah.
Taking you through that, so you actually report back to your.
Yeah, I write up a report
Yeah.
from our meetings and then take it back to our board and, give them an update. What's going on.
One of the other things that's on our mind when we think about the goals that's like are laid out in the plan is how we prioritize, again, this is a 2.5 to 3 year plan. We don't necessarily need to try to accomplish everything in the next several months. But there's some sort of high level goals identified in the plan, thinking about 3, 4, and 5, for example, that reference understanding how GIS fits into key state workflows. We could extend that in future plans to local government workflows, federal workflows, etc. And just thinking about, for example, when we were advocating to the legislature about our water information system, we identified, I don't think it's an overstatement to say dozens of state needs for coordinated water information. So there are dozens, if not hundreds, of workflows that could be prioritized. And understanding how they relate to MSDI, our priorities for data development, I think is really important. And then I think there's a role for the council then to help us prioritize how we can make more sort of targeted interventions, if you will. Obviously, this plan focuses keenly on addressing data, and there are numerous workflows in state government. We've said every single state agency has some kind of mailing list at a very minimum. So, we're interested in having an influence in how those kinds of workflows exist and can better utilize our data. I think that's something that with the state rep, we talk about with GIS managers at the state level. I don't know if Adam is still on the call or if he's on his way here now, but as the data coordinator, being able to identify and work directly on some of those specific efforts is important to us, making sure we're reporting back to the council and then leaning into the council as we identify these to kind of help us prioritize, especially if there's opportunities that you see that would extend the benefits of that engagement beyond the state government to other sectors.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Adam. Adam, do you, forgive me for not knowing this, but what would you recommend as sort of a better mechanism or process for working with departments, for example, on getting to a standardized address data standard for state government?
It's a good question. There are, I think, a few things, a few ways to do it. To your point, it's a really hard problem to solve because there are just so many cooks in frankly, so many kitchens. So we try to make, I think at a high level, the answer is we try to make best practice the path of least resistance. So we would, try to figure out how do we make setting a new address standard the easiest way for everybody to operate. If we can do this in a relational data way, then Snowflake is a really good tool for us to mix back and forth with agencies and get to cohesive cross-agency data sets. And then you get that same functionality in ArcGIS at that level. So if it needs to be in the GIS tool directly, we can do that same thing there. And then it's working groups and we have Elation as a data catalog. We just got some money from the last legislature to bring in statewide. So that's an option too, because that's a governance tool. It allows us to go in and define standards and things like that. So there are a few ways that we approach problems like that, and I think we'd be happy to help. That's definitely one we need to solve.
And I think it'll be the easiest one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does sound absolutely approachable.
I
Thank
do
you for
believe,
listening to my soapbox there.
yeah, we share the soapbox. I do believe it I think it's the Secretary of State who's responsible for certain addressing data sets. And so it's interesting, it's like one of those things where the Secretary of State's office through geo-enabled elections, they have some addressing authority. I think it's maybe with businesses and whatnot. And so we were going to be, it was Stuart Fuller and I's idea to, well, we've been wanting to do this for a while, but now we have the actual workflow in place on how to put that standard into practice. So if you guys remember the workflow, we would work at someone, we could either, someone could ask us for a standard or ask us to give input on an existing standard or create a standard. And so when Adam did ask me last week, he's like, what are our addressing standards? I was like, it's kind of complicated because we have a geospatial technical standard, but the standard that we're trying to get to in state government is to everybody uses the same addressing data. So, so it's kind of complicated. There are multiple standards. And so I think that the usage, like everyone, we're all on the same page. We're all using the geocoding service to validate information. And then we could even have a reporting standard, how things are reported incorrectly or how things are dealt with and handled. And, because we already know where the authoritative data sets come from that lead the local and regional ones that lead to the state data standard. And it's already been solidified with the NAD, which is the National Address Data Set. And we are trying to put that as a national group. And I was invited to be on the working group because I started speaking at the wrong time. I was voluntold. They're like, that's great, you're gonna be on the working group for advocacy to further advocate to have a national standard as well. Because the NAD is, I think, now the federal standard, but we're trying to make it the national standard. So that you don't have to call Eric to update addresses, or you don't have to call us, and there's gonna be one streamlined process. You don't have to update addresses in Google and all these other places. It's one standard way of addressing corrections and dealing with the technical pieces, but then there's this beautiful flow of data to the national and one day maybe global.
One thing I was wondering if it would be helpful, and Adam, if you would be willing to have maybe make a presentation to this council about the data catalog and your vision for how that might work, kind of what a path forward might look like working together to help agencies adopt an address standard.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, I think there's two parts to an address standard. The catalog helps with the sort of format, make sure that everybody's using the same nomenclature and the same fields and so on. And then there's the everybody using the same data piece, which that also helps with because it's kind of a dinner menu. Everybody is better able to know what's available. But I think another part of this is, and by the way, the answer is yes, I'd absolutely be happy to do that presentation to set that, or to answer that question succinctly. But I think to that and to Aaron's point previously, and the original question, another part of the answer to this is some of the work that we've already done. To that path of least resistance point, this ServiceNow integration that IT just did to pull some of that exact address data over. And now going forward, the state's workflow system, instead of using whatever addresses it was using before, is using the state's official address system from the library. And it's like moves like that, because y'all have the data so available, that was the easiest way for them to get address data. And so now they're on the standard. So I think that continuing that sort of engagement is really helpful.
I've made a note of that, and maybe for a spring meeting, we could think about doing something like that. Great. Thanks,
Yeah,
Adam.
it actually would be an excellent way to show the CDO office and the GIS office working together. It'd be a good national discussion as well, because Adam, I can't remember what the exact application was, but we were on the call with the ServiceNow team. And
Oh, I can sort of very succinctly describe that. So lists, because it's big. We are, ServiceNow is a workflow system, so it needs to be able to understand the assets and the people scattered all over the state. Everything the state government works with and owns could potentially be part of some workflow, right? I need to buy a new truck. I need to onboard a new employee. I need to purchase something, whatever it is. And that means that it needs to have an accurate view of address, of who works for the state, and of all those things. And it's operated for 6 or 7 years without that. And they're completely rebasing the entire state's workflow management system onto the official address standard. So it's huge. I mean, it's really big and a really important upgrade for the ServiceNow product for the state.
Cool.
I mean, it's a huge increase.
I know I'm very interested in learning more. I think the council would as well. So great. So noted.
And this might be something Adam, you and I and the next appointee from the DNRC can help break down, but I feel like it doesn't feel like to me, and Matt maybe could jump in as well, that developers are well connected. They don't really have development groups in state government. And we kind of tested that theory recently and it rang true again. And so sometimes developers use the easiest thing possible. And so, and they're wicked smart and they have to do things fast. And so it's that group, that list group or whomever that we need to hit to tell, and even just what's accessible through our Esri contract. And I'll talk a little bit about the course or webinar we offered recently for developers, but it's kind of a hard group to find.
It is, and they're scattered everywhere. Oh, sorry.
Isn't there a real estate group?
No, developers as in computer programmers.
GIS.
Developers, yeah. They wanna be, they just,
Yeah.
they're a certain type, they wanna do their job and.
Yep.
Yeah,
Definitely. Exactly.
I will say, I mean, all humans, like water finds the lowest point, all humans will take the path of least resistance. That's why you have to make good, the best practice, the path of least resistance. And so, yeah, I guarantee if they knew it was so easy to just call the library's API and get the address. What's funny is the story of that ServiceNow team is we told them about it and they're like, oh yeah, I don't know how to get the library's data. We're like, no, it's easy, just call them. And they called them and 2 weeks later they had it done. Right. And a week after that, it was delivered in production. And so you guys actually usually are the path of least resistance. And we just need to let more people know that,
Maybe that should be our tagline, Adam. State Librarian, path of least resistance.
I'm working on marketing copy for y'all now.
There we go. Awesome. Couple of other questions. The plan for the first time identifies kind of the financial gap that our staff have identified for what we think like a truly successful, fully resourced, I'm not gonna say fully, but well-resourced GIS, spatial data infrastructure and coordination office could look like. And I want to be clear, we're not necessarily asking for this amount of funding. We're not planning to spend this amount of funding, but we also know that there's no way in the future to get the resources you need if you don't have a good idea of what resources are necessary and start calling attention to that fact. And so we felt like it was important and valuable to have that information contained in this plan. This is a public document, obviously, and so we're aware of the fact that it might kind of shine a spotlight on this financial need in a certain way, and we're mindful of that. And also, we think it's really important to call attention to this information. I see nods around the table. I'm wondering if anybody's heard anything or had any other reactions to this gap analysis.
Can I also just add, I mean, there's the money side of it, certainly, but I think the other valuable thing here is we're putting a lot out there. I think historically, we often said, oh yeah, we just can't do that, you know? And it might not have ever gotten here to the council, but I think it's important in putting all this out there for you guys to know. Yeah, we know all these things are out there, and if we're not bringing them here, but you think those are priorities.
Yeah.
You know, or if you think there's something that we're missing that should be on that list.
Yeah.
I hope this is a little more transparent and
Yeah.
hope you'll work with us to, prioritize the work.
Thanks for making that point.
Can I ask a question? The fees that are collected at the clerk and recorders for recording,
Yeah.
is that all documents or does it have to do with land and realty?
All documents, any document.
Okay. I've recently been working with our minerals folks because we do mining claims. And those require recording.
Yeah.
Courthouse,
Yeah.
although minimal.
Yeah.
2 or 3 pages at
Yeah.
most, but.
Yeah.
But that is a contributor as well.
It is, absolutely.
I'll tell you, mining claims are on the rise because gold is so high.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
So there are more,
Yeah.
there are more recordings.
Yeah.
And I think it's only the certificate of, no, the proof of labor that has to be recorded, not the actual mining claim. We handle that, you know.
Yeah.
Their proof of labor, if they choose to do work, those are recorded.
There are certain documents with special fees
Yeah.
and or exempt ones, but I don't know what those,
Mhm.
I don't know those off the top of my head.
Okay, but it is all documents.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might remember it, you know, it was kind of 2008, 2009, during that financial crisis, the housing market dropped off precipitously. We sort of experienced our first decline in revenue. It wasn't quite as sharp as we thought it would be, and Stu Kirkpatrick at the time did a really interesting analysis of what counties were seeing recordings. And it was those counties whose recordings were largely driven by housing real estate transactions that had dropped off, but particularly in eastern Montana, where the oil and gas leasing was so strong at the time, ahead of the Bakken boom, that we were seeing just significant number of recordings continuing. It was just a really fascinating analysis at that time.
We could bring back a clerk and recorder to do another presentation. If that's of interest. We had an analysis done by,
Foreign revenue.
a statistician or an economist. But maybe it'd be good for one of the clerks and recorders, we could reach out and if they want to describe the documents process.
Yeah. Good point. I'll make that here as well. Any other reactions, positive, negative to the gap analysis? I appreciate Evan's suggestion that we keep that a living document, making sure that it's capturing priorities.
I guess in my mind, I'm thinking that the biggest gap that we saw was the grant program that had to be stalled for 2 years and how that impacts local government. And that's a huge gap that could be communicated maybe more on, you know, a personal level to the officials that, you know, your communities aren't able to capture a lot of this data because we aren't able to offer that assistance. And so, I think showing where not being funded well enough impacts the whole state.
Yeah, that's a good point, Maureen.
Has the library experienced any more shortcomings of funding from federal? I mean, there was that scare there for a while.
Yeah,
You were at the Library Association.
yeah.
Because
Yeah, let me make a note of that. I'll talk about that when I get to the funding or financial reports, but
okay,
the short answer is things are looking much more promising.
okay.
So, but I'll make a note to update the council on federal funding as well.
I was just curious on the gap, the numbers fluctuate quite a bit. I don't know how you predicted fiscal years 27, 28, 29, and 30, that gap, it went up significantly in 8, 28, and then down a lot, 2029, and back up. How can you forecast that far out?
Can you pull up the document, please?
Sorry, name of the document? The man, or the geospatial information.
I mean, maybe it's just a way, I don't know. But
I think it was based on spending, not predictions. It was assumption of flat funding,
I think it's the last
but
page.
there were different things that were.
Are you talking about this side, this piece, this side?
The one right above that,
Okay,
where you had the gap one numbers.
That one.
those Gap one numbers there.
so the
Little
major,
Yeah,
the major differences,
well, yeah, why it fluctuates so much, is fiscal year 29 expected to be a, you know, a less of a gap for some reason? Because the,
no, that would be enacting a imagery program. A 2-year imagery program to rotate between NAEP. So we would theoretically collect imagery on the off years that NAEP is not collected.
okay, so that has to.
So it's NAEP.
kind of-
So it's like an
That's what-
imagery,
That's what changed.
so it's not an annual imagery program, it's an every other year,
Yeah,
so
right,
that's why
right.
there's such a huge flux, and I'm just looking really quickly to see if there's. Anything else there, that would explain it, cause
Yeah, I just wondered why up, down. stuff.
yeah,
priority.
that's why we have a roller coaster.
Yeah.
But that was based on imagery numbers that I had gotten through some of NISJIC's business partners that we work with imagery, and some of the folks that attend our imagery working group meetings,
Okay,
of what
yeah,
if it
that-
could,
that-
but. You know, we try to allow for inflation too. Yep, so that would describe that. Would it all come from the same pot? Probably not, you know, but. Yeah. People don't like to see fluctuation every 2 years in a pot of funds, so.
Any other comments about the financial gap analysis? Another thing while we're talking about the plan that I want to make sure to bring to everybody's attention is the focus on the tier 1 grant priorities. That this is the first plan that we've had in my recollection where we really have just focused on those kinds of tier 1 priorities. So that's a fairly significant shift. We'll talk about this a little bit more when we talk about our internal review of the grant program and some of the feedback that we've heard. But any feedback, comments, discussion, anything you've heard about the refocus, the prioritization on those tier 1 grant priorities?
We started using the tier structure probably like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Thinking that the strength of the clarification in that will be helpful. You know, in the last grant cycle that got canceled, as we went through it, there was confusion about that. So the clarity around that.
Maybe we can lean on council members, particularly our local government reps, to help us with that communication, making sure that we're hitting the mark. Appreciate that. And then I think one of the final points that we at the State Library have been thinking about is the fact that, you know, this is a plan that takes us out through, you know, middle of 2028, so a significant period of time. And we make no mention of artificial intelligence or AI anywhere in the plan, even though I'm sure that's on a lot of people's minds at this point. In talking about that fact recently, we do acknowledge that there is AI embedded in some of the software tools that we're using. Those are improved. The state is in the process of hiring a chief AI officer. And I know that position will be looking at opportunities to help guide the adoption of AI within state government. I've had some conversations with Gilbertson, the CIO, about doing some initial piloting with the state library in particular. That's something that we're very, very interested in. But we feel like given the time, it's important to acknowledge that right now this plan does not call attention to AI while things are certainly in flux and in development. the state is still figuring out kind of the regulatory framework for how AI can be adopted and used. There's increasing adoption of different AI tools, but I certainly wouldn't say that there's widespread AI adoption at this point. I think probably in future plans, that's going to be a more significant area of focus and something that we might, as a council, think about as we look at updating the plan in the future.
Safe to say that if something came up and we felt like we absolutely needed to get something AI in here, we could always amend this plan within the last year.
I guess,
So, my team, I'm on the interview panel for that, CAIO position. My background is actually AI machine learning engineer. And so my team does essentially the implementation side of AI rollout for the state right now. This new person's going to sort of work almost as an adjunct member of the team, and is going to be responsible for use and adoption and helping, to your point, everything you laid out, select things for the state. But we do implement these things quite often and increasingly, to your point, as that's accelerating a great deal. But I will also say, and this may change, but because we're in this sort of economic AI bubble moment, the solutions right now in that space are actually almost absurdly cheap.
No.
so I guess my question is how, I mean, are we, when you say AI is not addressed in the plan, I mean, are we saying that, is that coming underneath of how someone could use it to do something, or, I mean, are we saying that, say down the line, FY27, we get a grant and we write in our grant that in order to save money, we are going to use AI feature extraction to get everything, is that, I guess, as long as we say, yeah, we're going to use AI to do feature extraction, but we will then also come back with the human touch to ensure its integrity and its relevance to fitting within the statewide data sets. I mean, is that what you're addressing? Is that the plan would say no use of AI or please use AI, or?
I don't know that we would get to that
I guess
level. I think,
that's-
I'm
not certain why it's a topic of discussion with the plan at all, I guess.
I think more we were thinking along the lines of calling attention to discovering the capabilities of AI. We don't have a goal. We don't have a priority identified that is more broadly understanding the application of AI to address the goals of the plan.
Okay.
I think it's also,
So,
it's technology, so it's inferred
Right.
Yeah.
throughout, like, it's
Yeah,
just
thank
the next level of technology, but at 3.1, really, that would, I think, kind of allow us to explore policies and best practices around it. And, I mean, you've been to the UC, you see some of the cool stuff that is able to be done. And I think our information is ready for it. Our information is ready for it. And this was one thing that our state CIO and Evan and I had a conversation with Jack Dangerman about. Our information is ready, but our architecture is not. And so that is one thing that we have to kind of explore with Esri, with future legislators, this council. We believe we saw a major spike in usage for HOL, which runs cadastral at the back end. And we were forced to make some quick moves and move to an M2 storage. So I'm get a little technical here, but it was almost like it was throttling our, no, not throttling. It was debilitating our ArcGIS Online. And so M2's premium data store was able to like basically give us more capacity in the cloud. in the SaaS product that Esri provides and we use very heavily. And so we couldn't figure out any other reason why all of a sudden things were getting hit pretty hard. And we believe it's because people are starting to use AI. So that was, we kind of dug into it a little and that's what we had surmised. And so hopefully in future AI, this is the reason to have strong policy in place nationally and locally, is that they won't hit you for Lewis and Clark County data. They'll hit the state or the national data sets. That's what we really want, so that it's spread. But I think that's kind of where we're going, and eventually we'll probably see more of it. I mean, you heard some of the discussions at NISJIC last week. It started to be talked about more, and frankly, most of the states are not ready. They don't have policies.
Adam, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Aaron. So yeah, agree with broadly with all of that. I think I do talks about this at conferences and so on all the time. The right way to think about AI is exactly as Aaron laid out. It's software. Now it's a powerful new class of software that in some cases so far can really accelerate your work. Coders are really moving a lot faster with it right now, for example, things like that. And frankly, you don't even have to use AI to take advantage of it. Our vendors are releasing features at rates that 2 years ago would have been insane. But yeah, the concerns that you have, that one has rather generally, I'm not calling anybody out here, but that an org would have when selecting an AI product are the exact same concerns you have when selecting software. You know, what's happening with my data? How do I secure it? How do I control access to it? Where is it sitting? How's it hosted? All of those things. It's the same set of concerns. There are some new specific security concerns and things like that, but that's always true of new software. So yeah, I think that certainly the group should proactively look into these tools, because I think over the last 2 months they really have switched from toys to tools. But I don't think it needs to be some explicitly laid out part of the plan. I think that'll happen as just part of your process, of course, you know, and it already is.
Can we quote you on that? Toys to tools.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a great way to describe it.
Yeah, I'll spare everybody the technical details, but there have been essentially 2 mathematical and 1 software breakthrough over the last 6 months that really are going to mean that over the last 2 and the next 6, there's going to be a real phase change in the way these things work, and they're going to be a lot more capable than ChatGPT 4 or whatever.
And it's important for us to stay informed for those that might not work in the industry. So perhaps, Adam, we could, when the new AI person, we could tag team with them and you, Adam, and provide like what is AI discussion for the council.
Yeah.
Or what are
That's exactly the kind of thing he wants to start doing. That's why we're hiring him, is my team hasn't had time to start doing the education and outreach and skills building piece. But I think we owe it to like every employee in state government and elsewhere that we can reach to skill them up on this new set of tools, because wherever they go, they're going to need it.
Great. Any other comments, questions, discussion points that I haven't raised regarding the plan? Two things. The plan does not currently contain a budget. We're planning to have a budget discussion with the council at your November meeting. That is ahead of our typical budget setting process that we go through in the late winter and spring for FY27. We'll talk about this a little bit more when we talk about our internal review of the grant program, but we are planning to prioritize funds for a grant program beginning in FY27. So just a note for your agenda for your November meeting, that we will be talking about kind of what a budget looks like for our ongoing operations, as well as some of the priorities that are identified in the plan. Assuming positive action by the council today, the next step for the plan is adoption by the State Library Commission. And their meeting is on October 8th. That's a Wednesday. And that meeting will be available via Zoom. So any council member is invited and welcome to attend. We'll send out that agenda for that meeting next week. So again, you're all welcome to join us for that meeting of the commission on October 8th. Anything you would have before I ask for public comment?
Do we want to address, well, the the memo with the public comment?
Yes, please.
Will you pull up the public comment? That link. I dropped it in the chat. Okay, so just to reiterate, we, or take you back through how long this has been out for. So the plan was originally, sent out for public comment at the end of May and went through June. And then we received the public comments, well, the dates are in there for each of the submitted public comments. We received a handful. And then, because we weren't going to have a quorum at the July 11th meeting, we decided to reopen, and we didn't really have a ton of public comment. We wanted to give people more opportunities since there was going to be a lot of time between July and September. So we reopened public comment until September 5th. I went ahead and made updates to the to the plan based on some of the public comments or just some of the issues that we had seen. So it's pretty minimal, those original updates that were made for the first round of public comments. And then because we wanted to get the plan out there and the public comments submitted, I did not make any of the suggested updates. So the two that Megan Burns had submitted were just basic additions. One was to add dollars to the figure 5 in the geospatial information plan, is page 10. So it says millions, and so she suggested saying millions of dollars, which is a great suggestion. And then the link in the third paragraph in that on page 10 does not work, so I'm gonna fix that link. And so when we do have a call to action, it would be with those changes or any other changes that are needed between, if anybody has found any last minute errors. We did have a discussion. I reached out to a lot of you individually. We met with Lee to just kind of discuss how we want to do things moving forward. And there's a discussion of like, you know, why aren't we getting public comment? And I think we have some good ideas that came out of the previous discussion, but
yeah. And I think, you know, with your suggestions and your help, we want to get this plan that's adopted out in front of those user communities and then build their awareness and engagement of the plan so that the next time we're updating the plan, we have a broader stakeholder base from which to solicit comments as well. Let me go ahead and ask for public comment. Is there any public comments? I'm looking at that, Rebecca and Evan in the room, and then anybody else online. Is there any public comment? Please, if you're online, feel free to raise your hand to be recognized. Any public comment? Is there a motion to recommend the 2025 to 2028 Geospatial Information Plan to the State Library Commission?
I would make the motion to recommend the forwarding of the 2025 to June 2028 Geospatial Plan to the Library Commission.
Is there a
Seconded.
second? Adam, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay. Any abstentions? All right, thank you. And thank you again for all of your hard work and your input, soliciting comments and feedback. Staff, thank you for your hard work. This is a big lift and an important step forward in our coordination efforts. Why don't we take just a brief break to 10:30? So those of you online, we're gonna take a brief recess and we'll reconvene at 10:30.
Adam, you gonna head over?
Yes, although I'm 30-ish minutes away, so I'll hop on my phone and listen while I'm
Okay.
driving in.
I think it's a good point for you to come over.
Yeah, seems like it.
Okay, cool.
That's fair.
Thanks, Adam.
All right. We are calling the MGIAC business meeting back to order. The next item on the agenda is a discussion about the state library's internal review of our grant program. We had intended to share a report with the council at this meeting. I think most of you know that we've taken this period when we haven't been issuing grants to do a comprehensive review of how we have administered the program historically to make sure that we're accomplishing what we want to accomplish and that we're administering the program as efficiently as possible. A couple things happened. One, we felt like the report wasn't polished as well as it could be, so we wanted to just take a little bit more time with the report. And then Sean Anderson, who is our grants and contracts coordinator, up until yesterday at about 3:30, thought he was going to be on jury duty today. So we gave him a pass. He did find out that the case was settled, and so Sean is online with us this morning to talk about the internal review and the progress that we've made with that review. Couple of points I want to make, and then I'm going to ask Aaron and Rebecca to talk about a series of interviews that they conducted over the summer with past grant recipients. As I said, when we were talking about the plan, we are intending to open up an application period this winter and then issue grants in the spring. We will have a discussion, as I said, in November about the budget and how much funding we want to allocate. But there has been some questions and perhaps a little bit of confusion about the move to a biennial grant cycle as opposed to an annual grant cycle, and particularly what that means for the funding. And I want to be really clear. I want to take an opportunity at this meeting to say that it is not the intent of the state library then to have the amount of funding that's going to the grant program. You know, we're not in a position to say we're going to have every year a commitment of $250,000, for example, or a $500,000 program. That's a discussion we need to have with the council. But it is our intent to make sure that we have a larger amount of funding available for grant recipients to spend over a 2-year period rather than over an annual period. And we'll talk about why, the reasons for that moving forward in the review of the internal grant review. And then, you know, I think the other thing we want to acknowledge is, again, the move from the multiple tiers to a tier 1 program and kind of what that means for the capacity building grants and the grant priorities from local governments, for example. That'll be something that we'll be talking about as well. So any questions before I ask Aaron and Rebecca to share an update with the council?
Question back to me.
Yeah, any. Okay. Aaron and Rebecca.
All right, so Aaron Batts and I went on an Epic Montana road trip this summer, and we visited 8 different grant recipients to conduct structured interviews. And what that looked like was a series of questions that we put together to get candid feedback, both positive and critical, so that we can incorporate that into the grant program review that we're doing. And, you know, we had some really great insights from those interviews, and there'll be a report that's appended to the review, and you'll get that in November. Some of the ones that stood out to me, I summarized towards the end of this report. And one thing that stood out from many of the applicants we talked to was a desire to see simplified reporting requirements, as well as a standardized kind of way of applying for the grants. So seeing more templates, more simplified forms that they could use. What we were hearing was that in the current application and in the current reports, there's kind of some filler content that's being put in because of the questions maybe being too complex for the type of project that they had. Along with that, some desire for standardized tools and processes, not necessarily a recommendation for a specific tool, but more of a desire to have the same one from year to year. And also a desire for more communication and such as regular check-ins. One thing that we heard from multiple different recipients was a desire for maybe getting on Teams and doing sort of a regular check-in or a brief stand-up meeting, not just to hear from MSL staff, but to also hear from their peers that are working on grants at the same time. There's could be some benefit for staff there too, so that the same question isn't being answered multiple times. And then regarding invoicing and reimbursements, again, a desire for maybe some templates for that as well. There were some kind of delays that happened when there was communication between finance office, the grant recipient, and back to the MSL. And so having just either a template or a checklist of the required information would really simplify things for the applicants. And those were the main takeaways that I had, but there are several more that we summarized throughout. We worked our way through the entire grants life cycle, and I want to open it up for Matt and Aaron to mention some of their takeaways as well.
Well, first of all, I created a very beautifully made map in the past few seconds while she was speaking. And funny thing about Google Maps is they only let you have so many destinations. Clearly, they don't come to Montana often. So we had 2 trips, and the first trip we went up north to Havre and then to Blaine County. Yes, Chinook. It's been too long. And then we also went to, we had a sidebar trip to the Tribal Education Center, and we actually got reported doing something for educating tribal children on the profession of GIS. And so Garrett had found that, Garrett Weichel, one of my staff, but had found that opportunity for us, and it just happened to align beautifully. So we made it happen, and Troy and Garrett and Rebecca and I went up to that. And that was right when school was letting out. And then the other trip, it was 1,200 miles. We went from Livingston, and this was awesome because this is just like a day in the life of a person managing GIS. Erica Hoffman is the IT coordinator amongst many other job titles that she has for Park County. And we had gotten there and she's like, our phone systems went down, and I was like, oh, so glad I don't have to deal with that. And it was kind of a big deal. And she's like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to meet with you, but we were able to meet with her analyst, and then she was able to come in and just, it's just that reminder, which kind of drives home another point that I'll make later when we talk about Esri. But it was just really awesome to see Erica. I hadn't seen her in a while. Sometimes she doesn't get to come to the meetings, even though she does have a big influence in GIS when it comes to Park County. And then, we took a trip to Red Lodge, saw Tom Coley, Billings. I'm sorry, we couldn't fit everybody in, Alan. We were in Billings though, and we saw, the city of Billings and Yellowstone County, because we were only there briefly. Then the whole time we were avoiding storms, which was pretty interesting. There was these major storms that were coming through. It was nice to check in, because not only were we doing grant trips, we were trying to do some coordination and outreach along the way. I forgot to upload a photo, but we do have photos of us in front of the RTN station.
I have a photo of the RTN station, but not the one with all the.
Maybe I'll add photos later. And got to hang out with Maureen, and she took us out to the RTN station, and then we had a good conversation, and then went to dinner, so that was really nice. And
Which one was that?
the RTN station in Miles City, what's it called? That's a Evan question. Miles City, Yeah.
MTMC,
yeah,
RTN,
yeah, we could call it Bob or something, but yeah.
that would be good.
It was awesome to go to Circle. I hadn't been there in a while, and Nancy kindly reminded me of that. And so it was a reminder that I need to get out more to the hinterlands and say hi to folks. But it was awesome to be there. It was very green. That was a huge impression. We had really great conversations with Nancy. I was there the second week Nancy started her job in Macomb County. And so it was good and we kind of got a tour of town. It didn't take long, but I was going to say. Saw what's her name? Oh shoot, old council member from Macomb. Saw her husband. Didn't see her. What's her name from? Shoot. We'll call her Nancy, but it's not Nancy. But anyway, and then we were able to head to Sydney, because that was like a point for us along the way to get eventually our way up to Plentywood. And we were able to have dinner with Joe and kind of talk to him about things and check in with him, and that was awesome. One thing we learned is just, you just really can't get a lot of, I tried to shove as many outreach visits as I could in, and it's really only 2 a day, like, unless everyone's in the same town. So, so it was awesome to be able to check in with you, Joe, and come to that side of the state. Plentywood, we saw Ruth, and she might be one of my new favorite people. And to make that connection there, she has really good working relationships with Michael and Bob. She had a Next Gen 911 grant. And she paid us a visit recently back to Helena. So I thought that was great, is building those relationships. And then we went to the tribes, and they brought a whole room full, and I thought that was wonderful. Wally was there, of course, he helped kind of gather the masses. And I thought the tribal feedback was interesting and good, and they're just like, I think that they actually have a pretty good structure for handling grants. They were just like, we don't have any feedback, we want more money. Which is always like, I mean, they did have feedback, that's not true, and we were able to touch on elevation and some of their other data sets that we work on with them, and future potential coordination activities. They have a brand new technician. We talked a little bit about just some of the tribal coordination issues and restrictions, and some of the funding, federal funding that's going away and impacts them, or might be going away. We're still kind of figuring that out. And then we went to a little town called Saco, and Matt did not believe me that it was known for their bacon. Yeah, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Matt did not believe me it was known for their bacon, but Maureen knew. Some other people did not.
I believe it.
Yeah. So we went to this tiny little town, a tiny little map dot, spent like $90 on bacon. It's like a note around town here.
Yes.
And then ended that day in Lewistown, because we needed to get closest to Great Falls as we could. And it was really great. So Great Falls was the only city grant recipient that we were able to meet with. We did meet with the city of Billings. And I think one thing, we heard a lot of common themes. I don't think anything was too surprising for us. I mean, I've been a part of this program for a long, long time. Even before I became coordinator, I was a grantee. That's how they used to do things way back in the day for MSDI. But we did have to meet the city manager in the city of Great Falls, which I thought was nice. And we also, talked about Aaron and I potentially going and presenting at League of Cities together. But he decided to go to Japan this month, so or next month, so he's not going to be around. But, it was nice to kind of hear similarities between their budgeting. I think,
Yes.
we talked a lot in depth about their budget processes and budget cycles, cities. Although I take that back, Erica does represent the city as well, city of Livingston, and so we did get some perspective. City's a little different, but pretty much falls in line with the way county's budget and, you know, timing and how they'd like to see things. And so overall, I thought it was a fun, I had the best time. It was awesome to get out and talk to people, and I think it really meant a lot that we came to visit.
That was a reoccurring theme, the gratitude of us showing up and how we heard that no other state agency does this. And that was gratifying for sure.
It was an honor to be able to do it. Did we do good, Maureen?
Yeah, there's an honor to have you.
Yeah. There's a quote from Maureen that makes its way into the report.
Yeah, we did get a lot of good tidbits, and I loved how Rebecca was very structured, and she like read this bit every time. We are going to ask you if we can use your comments, and I just thought you had everything so well organized, and it was really easy for us to do because you did such a great job. So I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. And I had gratitude as well for all the applicants that, you know, or previous recipients that took time out of their very busy schedules.
Yeah.
To meet with us. And, you know, it just impressed upon me the importance of outreach and getting out into the communities where the magic's actually happening.
Yeah. And I know it goes a long ways with the commissioners as well,
Yes.
that we show up.
Yeah.
At their offices, but then we also show up to some of these events, like the conferences and support Mako, but I think that it means well, it means
Yes.
a lot. So. It was awesome, I want to do it again, so we, unfortunately, timing did not allow, I don't think we should disregard doing it. But the western side of the state, and I could not get them it was like hard to get them all in 2 days. Because we'd have to leave on like a Sunday, but it's Flathead, Missoula, and Beaverhead. Those are the other three. That, well, now that our report is extended, maybe we can fit them in, because I think we should continue to do this, and that way it's a way for us to go throughout the state, but it won't be as compact, so.
Sean, I wanted to ask you if you had any thoughts or comments you wanted to share with the council at this point.
Nothing that hasn't been already covered, I think. You know, I will say that the polish that needs to happen on the report is really pretty minimal. I think the critical piece is that we got these comprehensive reports about these interviews that Rebecca and Aaron and Matt had been doing over the course of the last few months to make sure that they were fully integrated into the report, and that the recommendations actually reflected the feedback that we got from those interviewees. And that it didn't, you know, there was no opportunity for it to feel like it was purely recommendations of MSL staff, that this was truly informed by some deep conversations with previous grantees. So like Jenny said, the delay is there. There's still a little bit of work done, but our intention is still very much to get this report to you at the earliest possible time. We know that there's action that needs to be taken about the next grant cycle at the November meeting, and we want to make sure that we get that to you, this report to you, with plenty of time to review those recommendations, review the work that we did, so that you can make those decisions in an informed way. So I think the plan from here is to finish up the report, get that final polish on it, and then get it to you early to mid-October. So you've got several weeks to review those materials in full, and again, be able to make a fully informed decision about the future of the grant program. But if I'm also here to answer any questions that you might have about the state of the program, or, you know, the nature of the recommendations that are coming. I know this kind of feels like a tease as it's coming out of my mouth.
Very positive tease, Sean.
But this is a place that, you know, I've been living in this document for several weeks now, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
While Victoria pulls up a picture, I texted her. I also, this will be in the final report as well, but I think just acknowledging that we do want ongoing feedback as well, and I think giving recipients in the future opportunity to provide that feedback will be important.
Maybe for the picture too. While we're reading,
She texted you.
like,
On Teams and on Teams.
oh,
I can send it in the chat.
yeah. Like Sean said, we do intend to get the report out to the council. We'll share it for public comment as well, at least 30 days prior to your November meeting on November 13th. I would like a handful of volunteers from the council to maybe sit down and meet with us and review the report and provide maybe any more constructive feedback for us before it's fully finalized and ready for public review. Are there any volunteers from the council that would be willing to sit down and meet with us?
Are you thinking of trying to come up with an SOP at the end of this? So this is how we're gonna go forward, like with the teams meetings and or the visits and or the standardization? I mean, is that what you're looking for at the end of that?
We haven't gotten that far in our thinking, but that's interesting. Certainly some of the things that we're thinking about are standardizing the application process, the reporting process. We want to be really concrete in some of the reporting back to us and the council that can really identify how the grant program is advancing our spatial data infrastructure goals and our coordination goals. Looking for feedback on the overall administration of the program and that kind of thing. But your point about kind of standard operating procedures for the administration is something I think we could take into consideration.
Yeah, because some things I heard, especially like the meetings, I think a bi-monthly minimum teams meeting with everybody to go over how's it going. I mean, having received many grants in the past, all I would ever get was a call from Stu, when are you gonna get this done? That's basically the extent. So, but having a group meeting, even if people are multitasking during that time, would be really helpful.
That's kind of part of that'll be part of the communication and outreach piece of it, and there's a timeline set up of what we're proposing and that. So that is somewhat covered, but yeah. And then theoretically, you would just go back into that group that volunteers, maybe it's a different group, would just roll right into the grant review subcommittee and scoring and all that for next year.
I really like the 2-year program, because so many of them hardly ever get done in a year.
Exactly.
And if you had 2 years, if you could extend that funding for 2 years, that would be ideal. It wouldn't put such a panic on those recipients to meet the deadline.
Yeah, and I know it gets spoken about, but it is when they extend, it is a huge administrative burden on our side too. I mean, the amount of work that goes up on our side is significant, so we think it'll reduce some of our workload as well.
And I would just add that with regard to an SOP type document, I can only really speak on the administrative side and primarily on the application management side of it. It's a huge burden on us to manage those programs or those grants, but it's also a huge burden on the grantees. That's one of the big things that came out of this. Big opportunities to streamline the procedure. And so making sure that we are documenting those changes and creating a pathway that if they need further changes, that we know specifically where they're changing them and where we're not changing procedure. I'm a huge fan of procedural documents, mainly for my own sanity, but I think that would just yield dividends for the rest of the staff at MSL and particularly for the grantees as well. So I'm very interested in that. Yeah.
delays was one of the areas that we dug into during the interview, and, you know, they come from kind of a variety of expected and unexpected. We're always going to have weather in Montana. But then, you know, a lot of cases where there was a death of a key person or a family member of a key person involved with the grant, those sort of unanticipated. But in both cases, it seemed like the interviewees felt that the 2-year would really help with the resilience of the program and their ability to adapt to those kind of setbacks.
Is it possible if we went to a 2-year cycle, we could have more funding available for that period?
I don't want to immediately say yes, but I also want to just be really clear, you know, we're not talking about taking what we have typically awarded and just stretching that over 2 years. I think we would definitely want to have more than what we have typically awarded every year available for that 2-year period. So, you know, in
Yeah,
here, it would be $500,000 that we're awarding for 2 years rather than 250 each year.
Sure. No, that
That was-
applicants, and knowing that they had that much funding. And
Yeah, and the
That was a
timing.
big,
Yeah, the timing would be huge.
Yeah,
that was a big part of what came out of our most recent conversation. Is, you know, we're moving to a 2-year grant cycle. It's a big change, and it's a communication project, but we really want to make it clear and be unequivocal to the grantees that change is not intended in any way to reflect a reduction in support. It's truly just a matter of logistics, that these projects are they're most often 2-year projects. And the fact that, you know, it's a lot of that, the total dollar amount is governed by those recording fees and the revenue that's generated. Makes the process slightly more complicated, but I think I can tell you that our intention is to be very clear and unequivocal that there is no reduction in support incoming as a result of this project, or as a result of the review.
Beyond just the grantees, you know, local government as our partners, state government as our partners, the tribal bodies, everyone that was involved in the original passing of the MLIA, it's no intention to reduce it. Yeah.
And the more that you as council members can do to help us make that clear to people, if you're hearing that question raised, we would appreciate it.
Sorry, I left off universities. You guys are included.
Victoria, will you pull a picture of Aaron with the bacon?
yeah, I want to see the bacon.
Epic road trip together.
I literally brought home the bacon.
This is a pack of bacon.
That whole bacon.
See this here.
Two hands. It's not gone. It's gonna last me a while.
If you be on the record, I'll never down
Not when it comes to products from swine. I grew up on a hog farm.
Again, I just want to ask if there was a couple of volunteers, folks who would be willing to give us an internal check of this document before we share it more widely.
I would.
Ellen and Valentine, great, thanks. And of course, more welcome too, but I'll make note of those too. And we thought we'd reach out potentially to some other folks who've served historically on this grant subcommittee. Maybe Dan Staley has a little bit of time, for example.
I'd like to reach out to Brian too and see if he would be interested. I won't say volunteer, but I'll ask.
you can always throw me in the list as well.
Thanks.
I would give a local perspective as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Comments, concerns about where we're headed with this internal review and potential changes to the grant program? Great. Matt, my apologies for leaving you off of the list of travelers from this summer.
I'm around always.
I should have remembered that. I just want to thank Sean for all of his leadership on the internal review. He's been doing a great job of shepherding that project for us. All right. Let's move on to some updates on the GIS coordination strategic plan. You have in your meeting materials, a memo with some links to some pre-recorded updates from some of our MSDI team leads about the work group meetings and their efforts to continue to advance our work around identifying and documenting the spatial data value of some of our MSDI themes. Super big thanks to Troy and Michael and Megan Byrne and others who contributed to those videos. Eric, you provided some great feedback about those working group meetings. And I know others have been attending those working group meetings as well. Wanted to just raise an opportunity for any feedback from the council about those working group meetings, about the progress that you're seeing as we continue to focus on spatial data value, use of these matrices. I hope you can kind of see where we're starting to move with this effort from staff.
I appreciate the structure. It really helps follow and absorb what's happening.
Thanks, Lee.
The structure of the lightning talks.
Well, that, and
Okay.
I think the structure of following that we did through the plan.
Okay, yeah,
Provided-
yeah.
So a little bit of both.
Yeah, okay.
You know, but that inherent structure of that, we have something, some expectations to follow.
Yeah,
And then the ability to use these lightning talks to kind of like see where it's hitting those marks is really helps me, just track and follow what's happening.
and if you recall, we decided to do the lightning talks, I think in May, well, for the May meeting, because if we had a full-on presentation every time, it's like, it kind of bogged down the meetings.
Yeah.
And so, and then I think this, to us, this could, thought this was an opportunity, so this will be your second round of lightning talks pre-recorded. So if you think it's going well, or you need more information, we're working on the definition of a lightning talk, because I think Michael gets a little long in the addressing one, and I was like, do you want to redo it? He's like, no. And I was like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, fine, we can deal with this, but trying to keep them brief so that you can, get through them quickly, and
They were pretty digestible.
yeah, being succinct.
Any other things you think we might improve in our communication? I want to make note that I think sharing these lightning talks with the groups that we previously talked about, again, it creates another opportunity for more regular communication with stakeholders, more opportunities for engagement and feedback. So I think as we think about sort of the communication component of our strategic plan, making sure that we're taking advantage of those opportunities is important.
Are those sent out through the major listserv? Because I don't know if I've seen any of these.
Are what sent out, the lightning talks?
Yeah.
No, the lightning talks were made specifically for the council.
Okay.
And so, well, yeah, I guess they're sent to the listserv through the council materials and then
But we could, like,
acknowledgement.
after this meeting, we could make specific deliberate delivery
Yeah.
announcements or list,
You can make
share
sure,
to the list.
yeah, make sure they're posted online.
But they are
Yeah.
sent out as an email, you think?
Not,
The agenda items are sent out.
yeah, as part of the meeting packet, but not, like, we haven't done a special email about the lightning talks. I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I don't
Yeah.
recall seeing. And.
Yeah. And I think we should make an effort to do that.
That would probably be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they were interesting. Oh, sorry, Eric.
No, go ahead.
I thought they were interesting because I like that the dialogue is followed on the right of the, the video being presented. And that helps you follow along. Sometimes when you're like lost in the weeds about what they're talking about, you can look over and see the dialogue and kind of brings you back into focus. But that they're following the Excel spreadsheet that was laid out, you know, for was it timely, was it relevant, that kind of thing, and breaking those down into those categories that they're discussing. I thought that was really good.
The data matrices.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, some of the theme leads had some reservations, because it looks like a huge task to do, but I think we had through our business planning process, creating that creating that business plan for improving spatial data value, we had spent a lot of time vetting that. And we had, if you recall, we had practiced, or the two examples were elevation and addressing. And so, once you can get through that, I think it makes it a lot easier. And, you know, it might be a little obscure for the person who's not been involved with the process, but I think once you dive into it, you can start to understand why this is important, why we're doing what we're doing. And eventually, this will tie into the geospatial, all these plans will tie into the geospatial information plan. So we can further build out what the cost really is for an MSDI, fully functioning.
I would just like to make a comment on the working groups, I can't quite remember the date, but I know listening to all the different GIS specialists from the different counties and how everyone's really communicating and collaborating. It was just like, wow, this is good stuff, and I'm learning a lot from you on this council, but like, to see everybody collaborate and just have excellent discussions. So I think they're working great.
Great. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. It's good to have that newer perspective as well. Like I said, sometimes we get in our echo chambers, so it's good to have that perspective.
Be sure to relay that to staff. Sometimes it's a heavy lift to run these meetings.
Yeah, absolutely.
And get people involved, you know.
Yeah,
Definitely,
I
definitely.
hate awkward silences. So. And I will give a greater breakdown in my report about where we're at and status of the general strategic planning process.
There's no other discussion on the spatial data value. I wanted to turn things over to Matt for an update on GIS web governance.
So you got, cool.
Well, okay, we'll just kick off. So, we'll start with the big talk of what governance is. We talk about this word quite a bit, but I think it's always worth defining what it does, and we'll get into it from a geospatial perspective. But governance essentially is a framework of processes and authorities that guide, control an organization or society to achieve objectives and to ensure accountability, decision-making, and performance. And really the key tenets of governance are transparency, accountability, fairness, and inclusiveness. Without all these pieces, governance doesn't really work. So let's consider that framework. But before we go there, let's talk a bit about let's talk a little bit about the concept of big G governance versus little g governance. Aaron really wanted me to get this in here, and I think it's a great discussion. We know big G governance is that high level authority, laws, policies, statewide mandates, it sets vision, principles, and accountability. But the little g governance, that's the operational rules, that's the practices, the agency workflows, the permissions, the metadata, the sharing controls. It's how policies get applied day to day. Both are needed, and big G provides the direction, but little g provides it, makes it practical. So thinking about what I'll be discussing today, we'll be talking a bit about both big G and little g, probably a lot more little g, but. So without governance, geospatial governance, organizations face data chaos. And duplicated content, data sets, missing best practices. And this is where geospatial governance becomes critical. Without clear rules, you end up with multiple groups managing the same data set. Like, we'll use addresses as an example. And from a local government perspective, the planning department has an address data set, 911 has an address data set, the clerk and recorder may have an address data set. Who's got the right one? Governance helps us solve that problem. And the idea is to use governance to keep this duplicated data, outdated versions of data still floating around, or provisional data for being used and treated as final. And my favorite is also, inner geospatial platforms, personal data becoming live, public. I never had any experience with this working in local government of someone's ski map making it to our public portal as hunting map, available for everyone to see under our masthead. These are things governance can help us avoid and clean up. So really, governance sets expectations. Which data sets are authoritative, who manages it, and what documentation is required. That way, organizations avoid data chaos and the public sees trusted, authoritative content, and that's our goal. So let's consider this from geospatial governance application. So it applies the rules directly to our GIS platforms and data. For example, in ArcGIS Online, who has the authority to publish? It's a big ask. Who can do that? And we want to make sure that data in the portal is authoritative, current, and discoverable. When we do make it public, how do we ensure it represents our organization appropriately? Governance can help with that. So the key, though, that governance isn't about restricting people, though it can be viewed in that lens. Really, it's about creating clarity, consistency, and how we manage our share of geospatial resources. And really what it boils down to is, at the MSL, governance ensures data is consistent, accountable, and trusted. And it's our mandate under state law. So GIS is growing across every sector, and we serve, and without governance, we risk this data chaos, and that's something we're trying to avoid. So governance is helping us solve that problem, and the Montana Geospatial Information Act gives the MSL the responsibility to lead geospatial governance across the state. How do you do that? To avoid data chaos, write policy. So at the MSL, we're finalizing our geospatial governance policy that puts these principles into practice. A little history, we leveraged the Esri Advantage program. Which basically was an intensive workshop with Esri experts that gave us kind of a kickstart on what our governance ambitions were, and how to start structuring our documents and get some best practices in place to start writing our own policy. It wasn't a perfect exercise, but it gave us a taste of what we needed. Once this document is finalized, and actually it's going to be a series of documents, our commitment is to share it broadly with the GIS community, agencies, counties, local governments, and tribal partners, and help educate them on how to implement their own governance with their organizations. In this way, governance doesn't just live on paper. It becomes a shared set of practical shared practices across Montana. That's our ambition. So let's talk about the first steps. We are beginning applying a hosted agency governance policy that will give us more or less a pilot framework for managing ArcGIS Online users, content, and sharing. So something you may not know, or maybe you do know this, the MSL ArcGIS GIS Online organization hosts not roughly 10 agencies. We have roughly 100 users, and at this point, we have 5,700 public items. It's a lot of stuff and a lot of things to manage. So as a result, we are going to be applying a hybrid model where the MSL will be managing security licensing and some scripting I'll talk about in a moment. But really, we're going to put the onus on content and user management back on the agencies so that they can manage their own people and content with governance policies that they've agreed to adopt. Each agency that we host will adopt a ArcGIS online manager. This may or may not be the GIS manager, but typically there'll be a person that's designated to work with their users to it, and they will be the conduit of applying training and monitoring their usage and folks that live in the portal. And then the biggest thing is that public sharing is going to be seriously vetted. Currently, it isn't by our hosted agencies. This will change as we move along. And the agency, ArcGIS Align Manager will play a much bigger role in deciding what their agency deems to share publicly. To do this, agencies are going to need some tools, and some of the tools that are going to be available to them will be guidance of dashboards, training, and checklists that will be provided to them, so they can start adopting these governance policies on their own and see what it is they should be doing to be in compliance. And the biggest thing about this is, how do you find compliance issues? Well, a lot of that will be automated, and we're going to be doing that through scripting and other mechanisms where our agencies will be able to look at a dashboard or a report that's furnished to them about issues they might be having, and these things will happen, maybe nightly or whatever cadence we decide, but something where they're able to see immediately where their problems are and how to resolve them. The other element will be collaboration, and this includes our ServiceNow Geo support tickets, which we will be using as our primary conduit of communication with our agencies, as well as quarterly reviews, checking in with them, seeing how things are going, establishing some working groups with those agencies, and really the crux of this is trying to keep this fair and manageable. We don't want to just release it and say you have to live by our rules. We definitely want to see what's working for them and what's working for us. Under the Montana Geospatial Information Act, the MSL governs state framework and geospatial data. And under that act, we must coordinate with the state CIO and CDO for enterprise data alignment. One thing we will be doing is scaling up our governance from this hosted agency model back to a larger scaling to statewide governance, geospatial governance. And really, we're doing this through a variety of means. One thing we just came back from the MGIAC conference is interfacing with other orgs like MGIAC to figure out how other states are doing this. We're not the only ones, and there are some states that have done it better than others, but we can certainly learn from what they've done and how they've implemented their geospatial governance. And then fundamentally, this council and MEGA can provide some collaborative environment to help disseminate our policies and standards to the broader community. So really where we're going is to kind of connect these pieces, like we're using our host agency governance as a starting place. It's a test bed. We're going to apply our governance policies there, but their intent is to scale it up for statewide governance for the MSL and beyond. We're going to take those lessons we're learning from the ArcGIS Online platform, what we're doing with user roles, what we're doing with licensing, content lifecycle, sharing workflows. And then we're going to take those lessons and scale them to a bigger, to a broader statewide governance policy. And this will include some of the some of the things we can do immediately, like, metadata standards and determining what's authoritative and what can be public. So our implementation approach, as we view it at the MSL, and Erin can expand on this if she wants, but it's really to establish draft working groups, at least at the staff level, and then have a peer review process where we're able to review these documents, go through them, and ultimately after this review process, we hope to have a council endorsement, and that's something that we'll obviously need you to participate in, and then finally will be adopted. But, you know, we really do feel that there's gonna be some, the prioritization of how we implement this thing, we can really, set forth the, governance of our metadata standards, what's authoritative data, and our public sharing, data policies. And these are things we can do very quickly, which I think will be quick wins. And, you know, really, the thought of this, of implementing governance, and Aaron can speak to this, and we talk about this often, it's like eating an elephant. This is a giant process. You're trying to do so much all at once. It can be very daunting. But I think taking the incremental approach and one bite at a time will serve us well and prove that we can be successful in this endeavor, even though it's a pretty large lift. How are we going to measure success here? Well, at least with our hosted agencies, we're going to be conducting these quarterly reviews, and hopefully that'll be a good metric of success. And we do view that a lot of the policy we want to set will take some time to put forward, and maybe over 2 years, but there are some early wins possible, like improving metadata compliance, you know, public sharing standards, all those sorts of things. But what will the indicators be? Well, I view the indicators will be authoritative content views. Once those start to go up, we'll understand that people are indeed finding that data and connecting with it. Clearly, a reduction of duplicated items, maybe fewer publicly shared items that don't need to be. The collaboration component, where we're all going to be working together and having this back and forth to decide what is working, what is not. But fundamentally, it'll be trust. It'll be when folks look at our data, look at it and go, that we know what we're getting is what we expected, and the trustworthiness of our data is there, and apps and maps. So this is where we need help from council. We definitely need support with the adoption and promotion of upcoming governance policies. They haven't been established yet, but eventually to engage in possible working groups to refine our policies and make them workable. That's something that we definitely use the council's help with. Also to help us build buy-in across all counties, tribes, and local governments. This is where your outreach will be critical to help us pull in the greater community and show them we have these resources for them. And finally, just, you know, really to promote our statewide efforts. Let all ships rise from our effort. And I think that's the primary, the thing you can help very most with what we're doing here. So one thing I want to jump into quickly is what's a good reason to be applying this governance? And I think that you probably have heard that we're jumping from our internal data list product to maybe an ArcGIS hub or a public data portal hub. And at the end of the day, this is where geospatial governance and policy implementation will be critical. Hubs require a direct connection to ArcGIS Online platforms, ArcGIS Enterprise platforms, and the data that you feed that hub is only as good as what's in those platforms. Just recently, we were at NISGIC, and there's a hub session, and I felt so behind in some ways where we're at with governance until I heard some stories from, say, Kansas, where they deployed their hub without a lick of governance on the back end of their system. And boy, they had a mess to clean up after they went live. And it's something that you hear those stories and you go, indeed, we don't want to be the agency that's deploying our open data hub. Some good governance checks in place to make sure that we're serving the content we intend to. So that system, at the end of the day, really is a great reason to have our governance in place. And I think they're going to be working in tandem. This is, you know, a hub site is basically a website in many ways, but at the end of the day, really what it is, it's a content manager. So pulling in that data, using it, and governance will really drive what the end users can see once that goes live. So in closing, governance is a journey. This is not a one-time effort, right? It's an ongoing thing, and it's the never-ending battle. It feels like cleaning up data, being a data garbage man is something that you're trying to clean up each debris, make things work the way they're supposed to. But we know that this is going to be an ongoing process, and it's going to be a living documents when they get implemented. We're starting with ArcGIS Online hosted governance. We're dealing with that first, but we will have a bigger lift when we're applying these principles to the MSL systems and beyond. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have and appreciate your time.
I just want to add to that, just, he referenced state agencies, but anyone who's hosting an AGOL really needs to have a governance in place. And so it's not just what we're doing, and I know a lot of other agencies have been kind of waiting for us to publish our document, which was a little bit of a beast to begin with, through the process that we went through, and we can happily talk about that process with Esri, but it's it might not be as intense if you only have a handful of users. But we have, 10 state agencies that we're currently responsible for, so we have to lay on a thicker governance structure.
Yeah, like Aaron said, this could be a model, it could be a best practice for other groups, which is why we think it's important for council input and ultimately council endorsement. Questions for Matt?
You're gonna need the ultimate gatekeeper for this, otherwise you're gonna be paying through the nose through AGOL. We have a massive hub site already built for BLM. And metadata, we have a standard metadata that must be followed for all data that's published. And I think that's good, you'd have to have the same for yours, but you need that gatekeeper. Otherwise, someone's gonna throw a whole bunch of stuff out there and your AGOL will go away.
We're currently establishing roles, and Sean is working through an MOU development with us. So we're establishing the roles that then we can use tools and scripts to automate when things do not align, and then inform those folks that they are not in alignment. And there are certain roles that they want to play in our sandbox.
Yeah,
right.
And getting back to your metadata, that's the intention is to establish a group and some automation through scripting to look through the item metadata as well as the actual, background metadata, sift through it, make sure it's matching our standards, and it doesn't get to be public. Right.
I think the other thing that you probably experience this, especially at the local government level, but smaller agencies that don't have dedicated staff, and they might just have a user here and there. I don't think it's really been communicated up through the ranks, what is being published and basically representing their agencies. And so we're calling attention to that through this MOU. And I think that's probably one of the most important reasons to have an MOU, besides the rules of engagement, to show why this is important, so that the higher ups do see it and do sign it, and they are understanding what's going on and they can participate.
Matt, you mentioned metadata work group. What other kinds of work groups do you envision?
Well, I think once we get down to getting the policy in a place where it's needs review, it'd be not just metadata review. Are you talking about groups within what this council can do, or review?
You mentioned working groups.
Yeah, I really do think that having this council help us once we have some stable documents that are not so much in draft, and it's more draft now than we'd like, but once we get to that position, to have you review it and to get your input of what you think of some of what we've applied for in our metadata or in our governance documents. So there'll be several. We, like I discussed, we're creating documentation for our hosted agencies. We will be creating governance for our own sandbox, for our own staff and our data, but to have your input on that would be valuable. Your experience would be, you look at something long enough and you get your own tunnel vision of what should be there, but to see that your perspective as professionals would be wonderful. So,
And it would follow the policy workflow that we've already passed. So, which was kind of I think the elephant slide was a summary of that.
yeah, it was.
Yeah, and so, I don't think we have a standing governance working group. We could, it could be something we decide to do. But I think it could be a spin-off. We can call to action when needed. Yeah.
Are you gonna publish some stuff to the hub through your state portal? Or
State.
not all AGOL?
You mean to their enterprise portal?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you re-ask the question?
Well, instead of pushing everything to AGOL, are you gonna have do you have a state portal? like.
The hub will be posted, it will be through from our state portal. But
Well-
there's different ways to
Well, hub
accomplish.
has to use AGOL, at least to point to the pointer that points to the state portal.
Right,
So, I mean, hub is AGOL. Hub basically just points to AGOL.
right, yeah.
isn't-
Well, you
so-
can do it on enterprise as well, but our technology currently sits on hub. Currently, I think that's what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying that even if you have it on your state portal, there's gotta be a connection through AGOL to get it to the outside world. For public publishing.
So our state portal is AGL. I think that's what you're asking.
I think,
Are you,
you talking about enterprise.
are you talking about enterprise data versus?
Well, maybe you don't have a state portal versus a hosted teacher service, hosted portal. You can host your own.
Yeah, no, clearly understand that. We are not using that currently. It is our front facing door
Okay,
storefront is AGL.
okay.
It's hosted through AGL, but there are, there are ways to share from other portals and whatnot. So it's just another mechanism through the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you referencing that they're pushing everything up and it's becoming a hosted feature layer
Yeah.
in ArcGIS Online versus
Versus
versus a REST service, an ArcGIS server REST service that references a SQL server on site.
on-site, yeah.
Okay, So-
That was
so-
recommended by Esri that we move to that model.
Yeah.
that you've
In
got a
2023.
feature layer, everything's pushed as hosted feature layers.
The way we're publishing through the hub is through ArcGIS Online, so.
Okay, so everything, so essentially a copy of your enterprise data is pushed to ArcGIS Online.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just caution, Esri is really cranking down on those AGOL credits. I mean, they've hit us with millions of dollars in new charges, so we have AGOL out the door.
It's not just AGL, I can have long conversations about that, but that's why we moved to the M2 storage, the premium data store. And I will talk a little bit about the Esri contract in my coordinator's report, but
Well, that's why you need a gatekeeper, because, I mean, if you don't, then somebody could throw thousands of documents on AGOL.
yeah.
And precisely,
Costs will go away, right? So,
Yeah.
they won't even know it.
But
till it's too late.
The reason for us moving everything was that recommendation because it's scalable. Because our architecture currently can't handle anything that might. I mean, number one, we're not hosting thousands of documents in our own enterprise because we have the very extreme control. But, if things were to go viral, I'm not sure our current architecture could hit, actually, we know it can't.
no, it couldn't.
Because we did experience that and we had to make adjustments to tax openings ago, to tax rebates ago.
Yeah.
So that, that was pretty significant and we decided because of the scalability of AGL, it's a duplication. We are posting everything in AGL. But it also exists in managed services. And so we're going through a whole architecture redesign to try to get to a centralized way, but it still is recommended to post it to AGL because of the factor of it going viral
So
and the scalability.
from that perspective, like we may be using distributed collaborations to go from our enterprise to ArcGIS Online. I think but as Aaron just enumerated, we're figuring out what we're gonna be doing in our new architecture once we get there.
Yeah, I don't have
Be
any answers
interesting
either.
to-
We're figuring it out as we go along too, and it's usually cost driven is the thing.
Yeah,
I'd be interested to know if you go the distributed collaboration route or that vending or something else, because we went through this summer and we're basically told scrap everything with distributed collaboration.
So this is valuable feedback,
Yeah.
yes.
And I completely moved it away. I moved everything off of.
who informed you of that would be was it Esri or
Yes.
was it your separate contract? Okay. Yeah. And I think there's even a limitation with how many you can do. And I was like, well, that doesn't work
It's
for
such a
MGI.
black box. It breaks constantly and you can't fix it and there's downstream. Yeah, side conversation, if you
Yeah.
want to hear a little bit about. the
Okay.
Workings of distributed collaboration, I'd be happy to share.
No, that's good to know, because especially people who are listening to the meeting, or maybe might listen in the future, because there will be times where we have to spin off tech groups to talk about this, but some of the reasons why we are kind of a little behind in our strategic goal of like launching the new web is hub, because we found significant technical issues that are preventing us all from saying yes to publishing. And one of them has to do with ArcGIS Online changing your data. That's significant. But we're in talks, we're working through some major bugs, and hopefully we can figure it out. We don't think it happens in enterprise portal. Actually, we discovered it doesn't. We compared it, but like missing vertices. So it like dumbs down your data or just decides to change it,
Enhances it for web.
enhances it. I don't know. We love control, Eric. We don't want people touching our data.
Just don't have Godzilla polygons.
Well, we do that. We already, I mean, like, it's Montana, how can you not?
I don't experience that at that level, because I'm a much smaller scale in that, but.
Well, I just have to compliment Megan Burns for even looking. Who would have thought? And that's the way we have decided to serve our data out using Hub, because it's such an awesome and effective tool in theory.
Well, and just to flesh this out further, we discovered there is a data alteration coming from a hosted feature layer, a feature class published to ArcGIS Online as a hosted feature layer. Then there's another alteration coming from downloading the hosted feature layer as a file geodatabase to another hosted feature class. 3 different counts of vertices, very large statewide data, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, what's going on with this data? And I think that we care a great deal about what's happening with that data. At least we have to write it into the metadata, what's occurring. So, my rant will be off there.
We're working through it. There's always something. Any other questions about the web governance piece or the big G, little g?
Nice presentation.
Joe, go
Very-
ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, I get the whole big G, little g thing with regarding the new, ArcGIS hub. And with the different agencies with like a pilot program. It probably, started out as a pilot.
Our governance, will be, so it isn't so much hub that they're in our ArcGIS aligned organization.
So
It's not a pilot, we're going full into it.
Yeah, well.
We're currently hosting them, now we're going to be applying the rules of the plate. We've been hosting them for years, and
So,
yeah.
so like when you say users can upload data to that, what type of data would they be uploading?
that's a little separate, so that's the, so we currently host ArcGIS Online. It's a SaaS product, service as a software as a service. And so, we host that for 10 agencies. And so some of the web governance he was speaking about is actually the rules of engagement for using that SaaS product. In addition to that, a bigger G would be, you're going to share data through the MSL's data list, now hosted through Hub. There will be rules of engagement for doing that, and that we will ask the council to have a working group on and solidify that policy.
What kind of data?
Yeah, that would be part of it. Yes, yes,
All kinds.
yes, yeah.
All kinds.
It could be a map document. I think that's something we'll have to try to understand. Because you do not have to, we don't have to host it. It just needs to be shared. So if it's out there, so Maureen, she doesn't have to do anything special other than make sure it aligns with the policies and best practices, and then share it with us. And so the technology allows it. It's actually kind of nice in theory. But before, the way we used to do it was someone would have to physically upload something to our data list, and that is a lot of work. And we never got the tool to work well, so we kind of had a dumbed down version of metadata. And this one will allow us to like have the full version of metadata. And the dumbed down version was just for the browser. And so moving forward, it's a simple share, everyone's using the same platform and technology. Doesn't matter if it's on AGL or the hosted portal enterprise. So that's where we would involve the council.
So is this, so you've got your 10 state agencies, but you just use the example of Maureen, is this the intent to be the point that like this city of Missoula has public facing data that we would like to push through the state's data,
Yeah.
like our city parks or, you
Yeah.
know, whatever, that we would be able to do an MOU and push and share through some kind of a collaboration. Okay, that's where the collaboration might work well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's just a group, you're a part of a group.
Yeah.
Groups work.
And
really-
that's the collaboration piece that actually
Right.
works.
Right,
Versus the collaboration between pushing and moving all that data from the server up.
Yeah.
There's a difference there. Okay,
I think
that makes more sense. to me.
as state agencies, it's not easy to find all the
Yeah.
information that's out there and available. And
Yeah.
it should be, right? It's like
Yeah.
what's that fair data, findable, I can't remember what the acronym FAIR stands for. I'll pull it up. It's like fair data principles. One of them is like this is findable. And so, so the big lift in state government is to make sure that's step one, making sure our hub is out there and available, and then it's accessible to all those agencies we currently host. Then it's bringing on the other agencies on board, because they have a, separate way of doing things, and so it's that standardization across the board, because it shouldn't be difficult for a citizen to come in or a government worker to find our data, and it is.
Yeah.
And so, and that's in standards with state policy and the governor's executive. It's what we've always wanted
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah.
And so, and then we would start
Expand
inviting in,
beyond.
yes, exactly.
That makes that.
Yep.
that sense.
Your FAIR acronym is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is all, someone used that, I was like, I can do that. For the most part. Yeah. So I think that's a new term that's come outside of GIS, because we've always concentrated on interoperable data in our profession. So that is the pie in the sky, we're doing really well when we reach that. And it's gonna be hard because it's a lot of people and agencies, but I think through our processes that we've built, we can get there if we have the executive buy-in at the state. And then also, we have a tool. It's like, if you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
And if you guys wanna really hurt your heads and think back about that metadata portal that we first tested out, oh my God, 2006 or 7, it was like one of the first things I did. It was never good. It never worked, it never did harvesting, but that was the intent, that was what we tried to get to, and I think the tools are there now.
That's the main reason I don't push stuff on Hub, is I gotta build the metadata for like a day and a half for each data set. But it's a great carrot, because what it'll do for the local governments and agencies is stop the phone from ringing. Could you send me your data for such and such?
Yeah, it's true.
You can just put on your website, it's available on the state hub, here you go.
Yep.
Self-serve, and so it's a great carrot for those people. I mean, I put my key things that people want on there, but I could put hundreds more. But our metadata is atrocious, our federal one, so make it simple. Simpler as possible.
That sounds like a measure of success, Alan, that reducing the calls for data. I
Yeah,
appreciate Matt calling attention to the measures of success that we're thinking about as we implement this effort, because it's significant, but we do think it will have significant benefits, and that's certainly one of them.
it is.
It works. We've got a help for the city of Missoula, and the number of calls, the reduction in the calls and data sets that I have to send out. is significant. Yeah, there's very few now that I have to actually package data up for them.
Yeah, I don't know if we it would be good to classify, Matt, to take a look at the data. I think most of our data requests. Well, no, we still get data requests, but they're kind of obscure, but they're also, most of the calls are tech support. they need support on using tools. and things
Yeah.
Like that, because a lot of people use the cadastral, I mean, you can also assume how many people use the cadastral on a daily basis, and so. A lot of our, I don't know, it would be, let's crunch those numbers for a future meeting.
And I'll add to what you're saying, one thing that the folks at NISJIC had an issue with, or the reporting metrics coming out of HUD, like, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty about the, maybe certain geographies are being pulled or formats and whatnot, you can't get that. And I think Ezra's heard that we want that granularity and reporting to have a better understanding of how our data is being used, because it's a little black boxy in that platform. You don't know exactly what's going on. So, yeah, it'll help.
Mhm.
Any other questions or feedback for Matt and Aaron on this effort? More to come.
Survive a governance talk, thank you.
And,
Real barn burner.
you know, Stu and I used to argue all the time about data stewards and librarians, but I'd never heard GIS garbage keeper, so. There's anyone.
Oh, yeah, we heard some really great ones from Aaron Richmond from Esri.
E-debris.
E-debris, dumpster fires, hot dumpster, I can't remember. Well, HUL is just like another file folder system. And go look at your file folders back in your home explorers, and it's a mess. And you're just like, what is this? And you have to have governance and, and clean that up regularly. And we're just, I think it's our profession and our personality types that are like, we need to clean this up more.
Matt, thank you. That was very informative. I just wanted to spend a few minutes before we break for lunch, just getting your feedback about the council meetings themselves and talk a little bit about our summer council meeting. We're really working hard now that we have a newly structured council with more representation from a smaller group to make sure that these meetings are more engaging, making sure that the content of the agendas is relevant to you and the groups that you represent. We want you to know how important your feedback is to all of us, how seriously we take it. And so we want to make sure that we are allowing for that kind of discussion to happen in these meetings. I really appreciate all of your engagement this morning. And again, I'm just wanting to make sure that as we're planning meetings, as we're planning for the dates, we're getting them on people's calendars, we're getting materials out to you in a timely manner. And we're taking the necessary steps to try to facilitate meetings that ultimately are worth your time and help us, our staff, get the kind of feedback that we hope can advance our work. So I'm interested in your thoughts about kind of what's working well and what we can continue to try to improve upon.
I know that July meeting is hard for me.
Mhm.
It's like budget season for us, and I mean, there's a whole bunch of projects that we have that fall right in that time frame.
So
And so
avoid July.
July is hard, yeah.
Okay.
Would be better, what month would be better?
Mhm.
Okay.
August would be actually be better, but
Would
then
it?
it's so close to,
Mhm.
the September meeting, it's.
Mhm.
May,
Mhm.
that would be better.
In November, we'll be talking about 2026 meeting dates. And one of the things that we've been thinking about is we've typically had a winter meeting kind of January, February, but if we're changing up the grant program a little bit, that might be a relatively light agenda if we have a meeting at all. So I think we can take into account if we have fewer meetings or just, some short business meetings to take care of business that's needed. Kind of when can we have those longer, more intense meetings as well? Times when you're all available for you.
Although January meetings are good during this session.
Or not, but yeah.
No, I think they are to prep the council in case activities need to be done. Like early January, like we did this past year, getting folks ready. That was hard for you, yeah. I understand. December then,
December. yeah,
before Christmas.
December, yeah,
It's hard because there's always something.
yeah.
Mhm.
Jay's like, don't do it.
The other thing we've been talking about, regarding that, let's just call it kind of a summer meeting, is, kind of what is the goal for those meetings? Some of them are not actually business meetings per se, but it's more a chance for us to kind of do a deep dive into, how are we doing? How are we doing making progress on our plan, spending, a couple of hours looking at some of our reporting, reflecting the way the revised statutes and rules are structured. If we want to make updates to the plan, we would do that at a September meeting and take those updates to the commission at their October meeting. But then also that's a time for us to think about, what kind of professional development might we want to offer to this council that we might want to participate in together that's a little bit different from our typical business meetings. So just brainstorming with staff, we've thought about, would there be value in doing some professional development around storytelling? How to do lightning talks and elevator pitches and storytelling with maps. That's certainly something that would be of interest to our staff and perhaps the council, especially as we're focused on telling the story of the work of state GIS coordination. Another topic that's of interest to me is futurists trainings and doing some work around foresight and future planning. Advocacy is always in need. So it'd be great to have this council come together and share in the experience of going through that kind of professional development together. That's something that we would like to do in kind of a summer time frame meeting if folks have time to do that.
I think that futurist and strategic planning could go well hand in hand as well. Yeah, too. We did a Geo Women in NISDIC a few years ago. Training was like a virtual roundtable, so it was nationwide, and Deirdre. Oh, I can't remember her last name. It's a hyphenated name. She's the head of the GIS portion of the census. And so she had done it about creating an elevator pitch, and I thought it was really well done. And I always just think things like that when you only have a small amount of time, you're representing the council or your own programs. That could be extremely helpful. We've thought about just regular council training too, from local government center.
Practical AI use training.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I am.
Yeah. And again, if you have ideas for professional development that you think would be of benefit to the council, we're open to ideas.
Maybe it's not a summer meeting, maybe it's a winter meeting.
Maybe it's a-
Yeah, that actually makes sense. Everybody's bumped it up inside.
Yeah.
What else you?
Right.
Mhm. Let's spend some time before the November meeting, kind of
Yeah.
like re-looking at our business calendar, calendaring out what our needs are. And maybe it is a.
I think, Jenny, the other thing that you and I had spoken about, and it might be a better way to connect with some of our communities, and it's really hard. And we've done it both ways, where we pulled the council meeting from NAGIP. So our annual GIS conference, but perhaps we put it back. I don't know. We've talked about that, and that would change up the calendar as well. And so that would be April of next year. So that's something else to kind of consider. It's very hard, I think, to get the grants done at that time. It's a month before next year it'll be a month before statutorily we're required, not statute, rule wise, we're required to have the decision made. But I think that's something else to consider for our November meeting. Start thinking about that.
Other feedback about just the meetings in general, are there things you would like to see on the agenda more consistently, anything like that.
Eric and I would like a bucket of beer and.
That's post meeting.
I don't know, I mean, if you put it in here, like, starting around lunchtime, do you think you'll get a lot more input?
It may not be valuable.
Yeah, I'll give you a lot of input.
About 2 o'clock, yeah. Oh, you know what, let me tell you what I think about that.
This whole AI.
That's where we went around with the futurist trading.
That's right.
Run in your minds.
That's right.
Yeah, you know, like they have at Fuddruckers, you know.
Yeah.
We don't have fancy restaurants like that here.
I personally like the September meeting. That works.
That's the easiest one.
That's a
Is
good
it?
time for us.
Yeah, it's right after.
Not for me.
You got the school kids, you got
It's the
school
worst.
kids, yeah.
Well, I don't know, I have school kids too, and it's, I guess if you have to prep the meeting, I can see it.
Yeah.
But it happens to land right after everybody's gone back to school for me, so my kids are, you know, the sporting events, but we're not on vacation.
Well, we've got NISJIC too, but next year NISJIC is the first week of November. And then all the travel, and so, but usually those organizations that we travel to, well, I've decided to make a better effort to share the love of outreach and coordination amongst staff. And so it was great because Mako was in Great Falls this week, and because it was so close, most of us didn't have to get a hotel room, we could all, so Troy and Michael and I decided to take a day. It's also, you know, hockey season starts on Sunday.
I'm familiar.
Yep, and so I see him at the hockey game, and so anyway, you know, it's just part of all that, but. I like it, I think the content's always awesome. Yeah, that's good to know that you guys favor the September meeting. What other meetings do you not like?
Winter meeting would be good too.
When?
A winter time meeting.
Would this maybe lighter on business and more focused on council discussion and
Maybe
training?
in early March or something. I don't know. Or
That's it, yeah. I've
Or the spring
examined
break
past
time.
meetings, I've gone back to the beginning. And examined meetings, interestingly enough, the council didn't take action on the grants, the subcommittee did. Cause the council never met, so it's kind of interesting, like the way things used to be done, it was always the subcommittee that took the action. But I think I'm open to hearing everything, obviously, and bring your calendars, all your dates, even thankfully the school district puts them pretty far out in advance. That's a big deal, but.
Yeah, from a budget setting process and workflow, you know, our central services is starting to put together our agency fiscal year budget. We start asking our leads for their budget priorities shortly after the start of the year. And then, you know, we start compiling those and prioritizing as an agency. So having the council provide input on council budget priorities, you know, kind of in a November-ish timeframe is helpful for that workflow.
And we would, now that the recordations are kind of on an upswing, outside of the increase that will take place next week, start that. I do want to continue to prioritize getting everybody to be able to be here in person. And, interestingly enough, some other state councils, they don't get reimbursed for travel. So I said, well, that's why you don't have any interaction with your state council. So at least pay people to get there. And so, but I think it's, to me, I know there are times when it's really hard to meet in person, like with weather and whatnot, but I think it's, the discussions are so much better when we're in person. Any word from Chipotle?
Any other discussion about the meetings? Before we recess for lunch?
We could offer Chipotle assistance with finding their way here.
You bet.
Somebody might figure.
Yeah.
I know some people are really.
Yeah.
You should see that.
Yeah.
You have seen the map that she had her, Google has been wrong on my house.
5 years and I see no one.
We have national conversations about that.
All right, for those of you online, we are going to recess until approximately 12:30. All right, for those of you that are online, thanks for hanging with us. We had a little bit of a snafu with our lunch delivery here at the meeting, so we had some folks rescue us, and we're gonna have a little bit of a working lunch here at the conference room, but we wanted to, out of respect for everybody's time, try to keep the meeting moving forward. We are now at the point of our standing reports, and in the council materials is a link to our financial dashboard from the State Library for the fourth quarter of FY 25. Of course, the first quarter of FY 26 will end here on September 30th. So this is an end of the year snapshot of how things ended the fourth quarter for the State Library. And we're on the MGIAC tab. By now, I think everyone is very well aware that we've had a significant drop off in revenue in FY 24 that caused us to make some pretty serious decisions about how we spent some funds in FY 25. As you can see from the chart in our financial dashboard, we are seeing some good rebounds to the revenue. This, of course, is through June. But since June, we've continued to see increasing collections, and so we're starting to feel more and more confident in the status of the revenue coming in. And then, of course, this doesn't take into account yet the increase in the fee that will come into play to support this effort effective October 1. As a reminder to everyone, the legislature passed House Bill 192. And again, we want to say thank you to the Clerks and Recorders Association for their support of also increasing the portion of the recordation fee that goes to support our GIS work as well as the county GIS functions. Beginning October 1, the recordation fee will increase to $2.25 a page for the State Library and $1 per page for county GIS. So again, the chart that you're seeing in our financial dashboard is through June. So we do expect to see a continuing increase in that account balance. Some things I did want to draw to the council's attention, if you're looking at the dashboard. Again, because of the drop off in funding, we made the decision to significantly underspend our legislative appropriation. Our legislative appropriation for the last fiscal year was about 2.6 million. That included about 500,000 in one-time only appropriation that was earmarked towards the real-time network, the Montana State Reference Network. We did significantly underspend that appropriation. Of course, we didn't have the grant program and so forth. Looking about 2/3, 3/4 of the way down the chart, you can see that follow authority there. That reflects the amount that we purposefully left unspent to be able to balance what we spent with our authority. And then, of course, a number of other items there that were significantly underspent in terms of our overall operations. The one area you see that was overspent just by, significant percentage, but dollar amounts relatively small was in the info products line. That was some work to close out the contract we had on the revised cadastral application from last year. Just some tasks that needed to be cleaned up. So we feel like we managed the budget, given the concerns about the revenue, very, very well. And we're pleased with the prospects of those revenues starting to increase. We will share our first quarter financial report with the council at your November meeting. But just a little bit of additional information. The legislature did maintain about $2.2 million of appropriation from the Geospatial Information Account. We were a little bit worried that the legislature might reduce our authority to spend those dollars based on the declining revenue, but they chose to keep relatively level authority minus the one-time only appropriation for the real-time network. So we were grateful for that. We did budget only to spend about 1.3 million of that in this fiscal year. Again, in FY 26, we did not have a grant program, for example, leaving about $900,000 unbudgeted. That's again, in interest of being very, very conservative with our spending, so that we don't have to make significant mid-year cuts as we had to last year. And then watching the revenue coming in to give us a better sense of what we feel comfortable budgeting for FY 27. And again, that's the conversation with the year meeting in November. Alan, you had asked about our federal funding update. And as I said, things are looking a lot more optimistic than they were in the spring. On the library side of the house, last spring, we were very concerned that we were about to lose that funding altogether. That did not happen. And we do have continuing appropriation at the current level of funding that we've received. And in terms of the federal FY 26 budgeting process, both the Senate and House appropriations have recommended level funding going forward. So assuming they actually pass an FY 26 budget, we expect level funding. Obviously, if there's just another continuing resolution, which is certainly likely, we expect that level funding.
To continue, what is that funding amount?
We received 1.4 million in federal funds for our library services.
Okay.
And then, we also have a number of contracts and agreements with federal agencies, more to support the National Resource Information System, our heritage program, and the water information system. So, Troy and all of his work on hydrographies receives a significant amount of funding, about 30% from those federal agreements, particularly with the NRCS, USGS, Forest Service. There's some from the BLM. There's some from Bonneville Power. So we have current funding now for FY 26, and there's been some delays in negotiating those contracts, but we are, for example, negotiating a 5-year agreement with the NRCS, and feel confident that we're actually going to see a slight increase in the amount that NRCS gives us each year over the next 5 years. I think the one area where we're still watching is with those USDA offices, particularly the Forest Service. We work really closely with our partners, and it's for that reason that we have relationships that result in the agreements that we have with them year over year. And if the USDA consolidates those offices and we lose those partners in the Region 1 Forest Service office, for example, it creates that much more work for us to build those relationships, provide training, do coordination work at that larger regional level, which is, we think, necessary, critical to be able to sustain that funding going forward. So we have contracts and agreements in place for now. We are worried about the amount of work and the risk to that funding in future fiscal years.
Yeah, no, they've cut our contracts down to. I mean, they haven't cut all the contracts, but they only extend them for like a month or two.
Okay,
Maybe 3 months, and then they'll revisit, yeah.
that's so much work.
What?
That is so much work. Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, just the administrative side of doing
Well, the contractors we have on with those contracts
Yeah.
don't know if they have
No,
longevity.
I know, right?
Yeah, but things are looking better than they were in the spring, without a doubt,
Yeah, it is better.
and.
Things have settled down a little bit.
Yeah, you know, we're feeling just the optimistic. Just so everybody's aware in the council, the education, interim budget committees, all the budget committees are closely monitoring federal funds that are coming up from the state. And so we'll be doing quarterly reporting to our interim budget committee about the risk that we're seeing to our federal funds, and we have information available from our homepage about the current status of our federal funds and the risks that we're seeing. Other questions about financial health? All right.
I just made a mess with chips.
It's not financial
Somebody
health.
say crunch crunch?
Yeah.
Every time I reach for a chip, I show up on the screen.
You get your chips now.
Never get swallowed, then it goes to you.
That's Reed's cats right there, that's. Fun. At least it's not sun chips.
No.
Loud shit back on.
Are you ready?
Yeah. No. I noticed that. It's just gonna continue to fall as I use my hands.
Food malfunction.
All right. I'm good.
Erin's gonna start with an update on collections.
Okay. I'm gonna take back ownership just so I can drive. Come on. All right. Just make sure it comes. All right, great. So, you may have noticed, you can see some of this stuff kind of twice in my report later. But we did do an update to the dashboard, and so I don't think I'll go into it too much, but we can talk about that during my report. Matt will lean on you because you had actually done the work. So I just want to focus on where we ended up last. So so if you don't know this dashboard, it's really awesome and it's interactive. And so what I did here was I clicked on this little grabber guy in the upper right corner of the chart to expand it so you can really dive into the chart. But this is what we were watching kind of throughout the past year. And I'm going to turn off 2020, 21, 22, 23, because it was just kind of crazy. That was when everybody was refinancing their house, and then they were doing it multiple times. So the reportations really jumped up during the pandemic as a result of the lowered interest rates and no one spending money on silly stuff like going to the store and buying something because you couldn't. Anyway, so if we take a look at so FY25 is that green color, more of a closer to a teal rather than like the olive lime green up top. 29, so we're still falling below the patterns we used to see in 2019. But you can see that we're except for 1 month, we're well above 2024, where we saw some of the most significant declines in recordations. And so Jenny and I have talked about it. I want to do a deeper dive to try to understand why. So these are pages recorded. This has nothing to do, this is not the funding piece. Because you really can't compare because we've changed the amount twice in the past 4 or 5 years. Yeah. And so really what we have to compare is collections. And I want to work with the clerks and recorders because they're very They're very savvy, and this is kind of their realm of things since they're recording the documents, but we know it has a lot to do with like low housing stock. You know, human patterns, because of a perceived, I'm gonna say a perceived high interest rate. Because I always fall back on the knowledge that my mom and dad, like, interest rate was like 18% on their first home. And so it's a perceived high interest rate, higher than normal, but you know, we're seeing activity, again, in the housing market in Helena. And there's some really cool housing reports I've seen from some local banks, or regional banks, excuse me, that I've kind of fallen back on, it's like the human behavior side of purchasing homes and whatnot. And so I'm gonna dive into that. The other thing that we do know was the Family Transfer Deed Act, had changed the way things are filed, and it reduced, the number of pages. That's pretty much all I can say. I don't have enough information, but, the clerks and recorders had kind of let us know that probably caused a little bit of a reduction. And over time, I think we have to be highly vigilant during the session, because if anything changes on the way pages are recorded, it will directly impact our funding model. And I know the clerks and recorders, and I think the sheriffs and the coroner, who else? Those groups will also be very vigilant of what could happen. And so even though things are very digital these days, the page numbers are relatively still the same when you're filing a mortgage or a refi. And so someone had asked earlier, I think it was you, Alan, is it just land records? It's not. You could actually go and file a document that says I love bubblegum, and you want it to be recorded, and you want it to be a public document. You can do that occasionally. I do hear about some really funny ones, which is just always kind of interesting to understand how people use our government systems. But just know that it's any document that is recorded with the county. And so Matt has been great about me bugging him and like, hey, we got to update that. I need to see. And he's working on automating the process, so we get files from the Department of Revenue on what's being reported by locals. So it's reported through a Department of Revenue system, and then we access that system and pull the information out of it to create our dashboards and charts. And so August looks like, oh my gosh, it's down. Should we all panic? No, because it's typically about 2 months behind. So August, really, I mean, we'll see. I've never seen reductions. I'm sure they happen, but I used to do this all by hand in spreadsheets back in the day. And you would see things always increase. So there'll be slight corrections throughout the year. Usually not massive. So what we'll see is probably in September, or when are you gonna run the tool again? No, October.
It runs weekly, so I will run next month.
Okay, so when that tool runs, we might see, at least if not in September, in October, maybe the second or third week. It really depends on how it's reported. And I don't understand the behavior of reporting at the local level yet, but some counties I think report a little earlier than others. And then there's, like I said, there's always those corrections over time. So I think it's looking good. And if you want to see, let's do monthly pages. Oh, nope, annual pages recorded. So this is a snapshot of history. And you can see the weirdness that happened in FY 2020, 21, and 22. Maybe 2020 is not as weird as, you know, some of the other years. It's higher, but it really, you know, those refis started towards the end of fiscal year 20. So we all went home, March 2020. So, but really it's the FY 2021 where it's like a drastic increase in pages.
Is the fiscal year again ending June 30th?
Yeah.
And that's for everyone?
Yeah. For the state, yeah. And so I think you can see, it's interesting that FY 2006 looks like that. I don't know why. I think it might have been maybe when they started, maybe,
Yeah, I don't know that the law took effect on July 1. I need to go back and look at the
Yeah.
language, but the bill,
Yeah.
the law probably took effect at a different point in time.
right? But you can see the dip down in the fees. So we have the housing bubble in 08, and it started to decrease, but really it's because of, like Jenny was saying earlier, all that land oil transactions that were going on that kept it high. And not drastically low, so. I think it's all good, and it's hopeful, and then we will. So October 1st happens next week, and we'll start to see that recordation change, and I'm sure by December, not November. You'll start to see the behavior and well, not behavior, you'll start to see the costs increase, and so it's all automated and set up and ready to go, so that when. The fees roll in starting in October, it will automatically start doing the calculations.
Hit the collections info tab, so that, because that one gives all the breakdown of where.
Yeah.
So you're looking at that.
Thank you, Eric, for helping me improve this.
Yeah. So, any questions? I guess here's another fun thing. Just Montana just doesn't fit sometimes in our screens. But the way we've broken it down is we can click on a county, so click on Lincoln County. Oh. And actually, let me take a step back. I'm going to clear the county. On the right, this is when you want to look and dive into county collections. So. For the Custer. And then you'll start seeing it broken out. Here, so you can. Make that wide, take a look at it, and start to see what your collections look like. And then you can move this little guy up, this widget. And dive down into how it's collected by month, if that's helpful for your budgeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
So out of the dark blue counties, who is in the lead?
Who's in the lead? Who's winning? Oh, probably the usual suspects.
Gallatin's probably.
Gallatin?
It's back to Flathead.
Yeah, I heard that Flathead was and Kalispell area in particular was the fastest growing in the city. Not too long ago.
Actually, Broadwater County. Is the fastest growing population.
Actually, it's Yellowstone.
It's a bedroom community of all of Gallatin County. Because the Broadwater County commissioners are facing a lot of issues down in the south part of the county. Yeah. Okay, so 7-year total for Gallatin County is 366. 7-year total for 366,000. For Yellowstone is, it's broad. I bet it's more. Yeah. Oh,
38.
yeah. And then Flathead. So,
Yellowstone.
so Yellowstone. It's just more people.
Yeah.
Probably more, maybe more wealth in Gallatin, but more people and buildings. So we hope you enjoy continuing to use this tool, and then I'll talk about some of the changes we made in my report.
Questions for Aaron?
I love this tool.
Feedback?
I love this tool. I send it to our clerk and recorder and fiscal officer all the time and say, oh, just FYI, just remember, so.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I gotta have a message, have a note to remind them that their fees change in October.
We talked about sending something out.
Seriously, just let them know so that they're, make sure they update all their software and everything.
Oh, okay. I think they're ready. It's kind of a big deal.
I'm sure they're ready,
Yeah.
just another reminder is always nice.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, you're in IT. Sure. That makes sense.
Great.
Oh, gosh. It's a real drag not having multiple screens here. All right, let me do this. All right, so some of the things I'm gonna speak to you about today is the strategic plan update, NISJIC updates. The dashboard updates that I just started to preview with you, events and activities, coordination that we have done. And then, our working group activities and some MSDI updates. So I want you to all memorize the legend, because it will not fit on the other page. So blue is not started, green fully meets expectations, yellow is partially, and red is not meeting expectations. Are you ready? Okay, great. All right, so here we are in our strategic planning update, and I apologize if you cannot read that. Because of our funding cuts, we did not create a business plan for goal 1, so that is on hold, not started. But the one thing I will say is I was a part of a strategic planning panel at the conference. And was it Indiana or Massachusetts that said anything more than 3 is ridiculous? Any more than 3 to 4 goals. One of them said it, and I was like, well, I learned that, and I can definitely say that it was that I think 5 goals is ambitious, and so clearly this is, and we didn't even have the funding for the final business plan, and they're not in order. Just for those of you that weren't around during this process, they're not ordered by importance. We chose, we reordered them, and I don't have that slide here of level of importance, but it was basically to improve communications first. And then I think the second one was develop policies, the third was improve spatial data value, the fourth was create and strengthen partnerships, and the fifth was the internal work to improve information within the library. So, so in regards to improved communication with geospatial stakeholders, we are doing awesome, I think. And we've had some major tech setbacks that have kind of left us trying to figure out what's best to do next and not make knee-jerk reactions. And we implemented ServiceNow, and we have well-documented procedures on how to handle all of our tech support calls. We restructured staff responsibilities on how to structure and answer tech support calls, and we're trying to be as smart as possible in the best way possible to limit the amount of time we're on the phone, because it was identified that we spend too much time on the phone. And it wasn't just me, because you know I'm a talker. But I think what it shows is that we could obviously, first of all, improve our website and communication, but then we're also very trusted in our expertise. So, you know, people are constantly calling. And then I think we have also just identified that there is a gap of folks that aren't ready to use technology, and those people will always call. So we tried to get rid of phones, but we haven't really quite gotten there yet. And a lot of people are doing that. And so we want to be able to reach every citizen. And so we still get a lot of phone calls, and that's okay. And it could be a pretty big burden on staff. So the way we used to do it was all staff members had a week, and then they had a backup, and it worked for a long time. We did that. We did that starting with Stu back in the day when I worked for Stu, and I was the admin boundaries person. And that's kind of how we did it. Was one person took a week, someone was their backup. But as an analyst or someone who has to really dive into something, those could be real disruptive phone calls for the day. And so we knew that, and we wanted to figure out a better way to do it. And we have people who really enjoy doing this type of call too. They like the distraction, they like interacting with the public. And so the way we structured it was we created a tiered support system. And we, over the past 5 years, were able to hire different levels of support and implement the staffing profiles for GIS in the state of Montana. So we have a tech, we have a tech is the lowest level of expertise, and so that job position. And then we have a specialist, wow, an analyst and a manager. And so the way we've restructured things was we have kind of like a triage And that's the user services team, which Matt and I are on, and we've got 3 other folks. And we have these 2 techs that kind of serve as that entry point to be able to kind of look at a case, pass it off to a person, like, let's say it's an in-depth cadastral call. Well, that's gotta go to Michael, or that's gotta go to Jeff, and if they're not there, it's gonna be Megan or Matt or I or Bob, because all of us have so much understanding of cadastral. And so through this system, we've been able to really reduce the amount of time that the higher level staff have to spend on just answering the phone and answering tickets and answering emails. I mean, we also have to answer emails, obviously. But it also provides like a standardized response from us and standardized wait times. And so I think it's just really, hopefully, improved people's interactions with us. The other major piece of that is creating a website that's searchable. And right now we have a lot of information that we put out. And we're kind of waiting on releasing the hub and the new web content, kind of somewhat based on some of the big tech issues we found with the software and some of our workflows. And it also kind of overlaps with our architecture woes, just call it that, because we're split into 2 different, we have our architecture spread over multiple platforms. And unfortunately, our commission didn't approve of us. The funding fell out last year, and then the commission didn't approve of us, like, seeking a different pathway with it and asking for more funds from just, I guess, IT in general. But there are other things we're working on, and we're trying to do the best we can to make it work. And Kevin is aware of, Kevin Gilbertson, our state CIO, is aware of some of our architecture issues. And so now we're currently working with Rock Technologies, who is already contracting with the Department of the DEQ to do cloud hosted services, and who was next? The Department of Transportation, and then Department of Natural Resources and Conservation. We were supposed to be 3rd in that line and out of a total of 4, but our contract had to be stopped because, well, the funding. And so we're working to see where we could potentially integrate systems. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the IT integration. So the governor sent out an executive order to state agencies right at the end of June that there would be an IT integration, an HR integration, and a procurement integration. And they hired a firm. They wrote an RFP over July and hired a firm in the past couple of weeks called Slalom that is going to do a deeper dive in how we can better integrate systems. And one of the first orders of business was all state agency CIOs now directly report to the state CIO to kind of help, again, I think, streamline some of those IT goals that we have as a state. People want to know, like, what does this mean? We're not sure. We're working through it. And so Kevin and I had worked with Rock when we were at the UC to basically come up with a plan to review architectures of, I think, 8 agencies, us being one of them. We're in the middle of doing another architecture review of what it could look like if we were to move to a hosted services environment. Centralized like we had before. We spent a few years working through that with Esri and some other folks, and this would be more or less kind of cost specking. We'll work through some other agencies to see if there's maybe an alignment with the agencies that are currently hosted, to see if we couldn't save on procurement or contracts. I mean, it's got 3 agencies hosted somewhere. There's always ways to save money. So we're working on that, and I'm hopeful that this will potentially move to something that the maybe IT can offer the rest of the state agencies. And it would be very efficient for us to move to an integrated environment and maybe help deal with some of these tech issues that we're facing. So that's where we're at with improved communication. I think I'm really proud of everything that we've done there. Matt Trebish and Megan Burns have put a lot of time. They took the lead. We kind of split it into 4, but they took the lead on basically implementing ServiceNow, which was Matt's and that side of things. And then Megan is taking the lead on the implementation of a new web presence for us. So all good things. And then obviously the develop policies and best practices. We are working through a lot right now with the geospatial data value that will eventually, I want some of those, I want the addressing theme to be planned to be written prior to us going after a statewide policy on using addressing data, but we are starting to work through and identify everything that's needed. And really, like, addressing is probably the one that's been demanded of us, especially with statewide workflows. So I think we're in good progress there. We've had a lot completed. So we have our method for working through the system, and now I want addressing to be the first one that we test. And then it's also in line with what's going on nationally with the national address data set and what they're trying to do to standardize addresses nationally with NGIAC and the National Geospatial Collaborative. Create and strengthen partnerships. We have gone through 3 of those objectives. And I would say we are still creating and strengthening partnerships. We just haven't applied a model. And some of the new activities that we have, I don't know if I've listed them, but I'll go over those. We do have some new groups we're going to reach out to, and it'll be interesting to test to see if it's valuable or not. Well, I think it'll be valuable, but if it's meeting our needs. And so we've got 3 new events in the next couple months that we're going to attend and test out. And finally, I think you're all I think a lot of you are pretty well integrated into the improving geospatial data value by going through the working group. So if you want to know how you can participate, I would attend a working group meeting. I think a lot of you have. Give feedback on the reports. Those matrices are going to be used to write the reports. And those reports will eventually feed into how we're going to develop budgets and priorities for the geospatial information plan in the future. So, all good things. Any questions?
What are the events that you're planning?
Oh, I'm kind of like doing a dramatic pause.
Why?
Well, because I think I have them listed in another slide.
You did one PowerPoint. You just told me. She's trying.
But I only have one screen, so I'm very limited.
Okay.
I feel like it's, oh my gosh, 1980, I only have one screen.
You almost had like I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, right. Okay, so national coordination with NGIAC, and that is the National States Geographic Information Council, for those of you that need the alphabet soup defined.
Sorry, we're professional, we need to call Times New Roman.
Right, yeah, exactly. Our state membership was renewed, and we included all the council members, so we just need to have Victoria work with Emily from NGIAC to get you all registered and back in there. Some of you are already in there, we just have to say you're active now, although Lee, I bet you're already active because you were already in there.
Okay. I was wondering, because they've got a webinar coming up like next week.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I was like, oh, I wonder if I've got an idea.
The other thing I thought would be interesting that I would like to demand of NGIAC is that they give us a presentation. You know, I thought that would be nice. And so I might ask Emily, who is the tech chairperson for the organization, or John Jordan, who is the CEO, to give us a spiel. And then there are a lot of opportunities for you to get involved as a council member. And so the NGIAC is made up of states and then state councils. And so it's GIS coordinators, GIOs, and then deputies and councils and chairs and so on and so forth. And that's what it's for, really. It's a state's organization, but invite local government as well. And so, but this is where there's no other groups that do what we do. And so if you want to know like, well, how could we be a better council, or what things we could do as a council? You know, how are other councils behaving in the states? How are they set up? This is the organization to go to. And so there are advocacy committees, there are, well, we have Geo Women, so it's for women and, well, and their advocates, of course, so everybody can come. But it's basically to support women in leadership across the nation. And that is open to everyone. That's one of our bigger groups. So that working group is actually open to everyone. I try to get it out to the MGIAC community or just select few that I know will be interested in attending when we've got things going on. I'll try to ping people and be like, hey, did you know this is coming up? Every month there's a stand up, and it's just kind of people getting together and talking about whatever. AI comes up a lot in our virtual roundtable. Oh gosh, I think it's in November or December. It's November. Is on AI, and it's a woman out of Indiana. And so I'll send that to the council when I don't think the sign up is out there yet. So when it is, I'll remember to send it to everyone. Some of the other things you could get involved in. There is a council's working group that's kind of on the back burner right now, and I think it's just because of certain people rolling out of their jobs. But it would be nice to get people involved with that. Geospatial preparedness, it's like kind of disaster emergency response, geo-enabled elections, addressing. Michael Bashway leads the Next Gen 911 group. I co-chair the Geo Women group, Western States Caucus. There's probably another one they put me on. I think they just put me on geo-enabled elections. So there's room for everyone, and it would be nice to kind of find everyone a spot or where you're interested, or just have you attend a meeting. I think it'd be great. Because I can't attend them all, there's too many. So we had 2 council members attend the conference this past week in Nashville, and that's Eric Spangenberg and Maureen Sealander. And I would love your perspective to the council on the conference, all stuff we would talk about in a public meeting.
I got nothing to say.
Not like it was wild and crazy.
It was very informative. It was nice to see the states together and comparing how they work in their areas with the whole group of people that were there. And it's a very intense schedule that you work. And it was fun getting to see how all these other areas come together and they combine ideas and give information, and it's like sensory overload on some of it, and it's really great to be able to go and see all of that and how it works.
For me, it was all that and more. My big takeaway, and I can't remember, I have a page here noted, but my takeaway from this is that I am surprised at some states' levels of data.
Yeah.
I mean, the state of Montana has had a cadastral, a statewide parcel data set for what, going on 20 plus years now?
20 plus.
And there's some states that are only just now
It's a handful, yeah.
putting theirs together.
Until
It's the same thing with statewide addressing data sets, statewide anything data sets, and so my takeaway is just like, I'm not, quite surprised. I mean, some of them making those, it was one of those comments or one of my assumptions, that school districts, precincts, those base element features that I just assume everyone has, not everyone has. So it's an interesting state of development, I guess, or interesting state of, so that idea of a national or a federal or national data set just seems like that's a lofty goal, but wow, type of thing. And on the parcel one, I do realize that we have an advantage that state of Montana is centrally assessed.
Yes.
You think about these other, like the one state that got theirs all together, or almost together, they had 92 counties.
Yeah.
92 assessors.
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, when I worked in the state of Wisconsin, I worked for a city assessor. And then shared that parcel data to the county and their county assessor type of thing. So, you know, that idea of getting 92 counties to cooperate, you know, bad enough trying to get just the 6 major counties in this state to cooperate and send you data. So, you know, type of thing.
And
So,
it's interesting because we're so mature
yeah,
in that layer. That all the people that could actually give guidance on how to come together are retired.
yeah,
They're long gone.
yeah.
So we can just talk about how we maintain. But we could never give them feedback on how to make it,
How did we
how to start
put
it,
How did we do it?
right?
You know, so.
Other than what's been documented.
Mhm. The next gen, I know we have so many, the next gen 911, you know, at a statewide level. We saw a great demonstration of how statewide next gen 911 would all come together. The North Carolina example, in their storm response, how calls were bounced from, one PSAP to another, you know. It was already, since it was all established, it was statewide, they were able to cover, you know, I mean, and the call increases and things like that. So that was interesting to see. Notably about that one was about something about federal funding probably not coming down the line for next year. I made a note about that one. So, yeah, some pretty cool stuff and some pretty interesting stuff, you know, going at it. Yeah, I approached it from my, you know, that hat of being a council member and just listening for at a state level, but honestly, as a local government rep, I came away with a lot of ideas and some pretty great connections. So, matter of fact, 2 connections that I need to let them know they're missing out on career fair days right now, one at Tech and next week at MSU for their engineering students. So I'm gonna let them know to make sure they send reps for the spring career days. So.
Cool.
So. But yeah, it is, you start at 7:30 in the morning, you go through, quite honestly, till 7 o'clock at night. You know, particularly with that speed networking setup that they had with it.
Yep.
So.
I don't think you've done speed networking yet. Oh, have you? Okay.
So it was, yeah, I mean, but it's, you know, there's some meetings that, yeah, I don't need to sit through the business meetings, but,
Yeah.
you know, but those individual state presentations were actually really interesting to see how. And to reinforce, wow, we really do have a lot going on here with this state already, so.
One thing,
I do, thank you, and I appreciate the
Oh, yeah.
opportunity to allow me to attend.
Yes.
So,
Speaking of parcels, was there any presentation or mention of this company called Regrid?
I invited them personally to come to the event and they did, because I
Okay.
gave them an earful at the UC.
Okay, so that's a nationwide parcel data. set.
Yeah, they're located up in Detroit.
Uh-huh.
And there's other firms that are popping up and Ezra uses them. And so we voiced our concerns about the limited updates.
They're just harvesting your data.
Absolutely. And I think that needs to be made clear. And I think I spoke to them about that at the UC. It's like, it's fine, it's for you to have, but please cite it, because other people down the road might just be like, it's kind of like Google Maps. Well, why don't we just use Google? It's like, well, where do you think Google gets the information from? So, yeah, but yeah, Regrid came, it was awesome.
Okay.
I invited them personally at the UC. I said, I think you should be a part of this event. You need to hear from people. And so, yeah. But we're also trying to do the exact same thing with the parcel. Actually, Nijik built one. Nijik has built a nationwide parcel data layer to prove that we could. And there were other companies that had done it too. So it's part of the continued conversation about, yeah, parcel management.
Okay.
Yeah.
And address management.
Yeah.
Also, as well. I mean,
Yeah.
Statewide,
Probably.
the harvesting of statewide data up to
Oh, yeah.
federal level, and then eventually national address data sets.
Those addressing folks, they've been pretty supportive of what we've done. Matt, you attended, so do you have any feedback?
Well, I think of things a lot from the trench level, kind of where I am in the weeds of it, but, what to say, like, for me, one of the, I did kind of hit upon it during my presentation was, you know, the hub session, how all the states are struggling in hub and governance and what they're doing, that I thought was that, at first I thought, oh, state of Montana is so behind, not quite. We're doing really well compared to a lot of other states. I think, like Eric, I really appreciated the next gen, the, you know, presentation and with the storms over there, you know, throughout the Carolinas and how they managed that. I thought that was an interesting situation, but, I mean, fundamentally, it's like, from our position, it's like working with, you know, state of Indiana, they're dealing with Esri issues like we are, and they're doing some really great things as far as governance and managing their, you know, their front end and how their systems, you know, how their platforms work together. That level of collaboration with all those people that are doing things from a state sense. Outside of all the presentations and whatnot, that's where the real gold is. You have these chances to talk to people that are doing the same things you're doing, but you know, a state level and how another state's doing it. There's not another conference like that, and that perspective is amazing.
Sorry.
My brain is actually buzzed over from that week. There's so much. I have a notebook that's jammed, like it's full now. And I have to go back through it and reread some of what I wrote down to condense some of those thoughts. There were some fairly amazing presentations we saw. I mean, the list presentation was great as always, right? On the new data that's going to be coming out and everything we're gonna have to do to manage that, and how they're trying to help us, you know, to shepherd us through that process. You know, all those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, the security of data, you know, that last one towards the tail end of the week. About
The CISO
securing,
guy?
yeah,
Oh,
about securing your data. But it was about securing your data from the emergency operations center standpoint.
Yeah.
Look, viewpoint, you know, because, you know, you have you roll out a major emergency, a disaster, and your EOC you've created all these maps that show where our responders are, where our roadblocks are, where we put up portable radio, you know, VHS antennas, where we've done this, you know, and that's great for the emergency. And from everyone in this room, we look at that as a valuable piece of information. But then the guy says, well, flip the coin, and you think about that individual or that group of individuals that would want to do harm to you. What would the value of that data be for them? And you're like, oh.
Right.
There's a concept around this called, I mean, there's a lot of different things. It's FedRAMP 1, 2, and 3, level 1, 2, and 3, et cetera. You know, high, medium, low security. But they all have about the same definition. And essentially FedRAMP 3 data, the most secure type of data, is that qualifies, by the way, it is data that could cause imminent harm if it was released, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he said.
So emergency response plans, you know, witness protection, all sorts of undercover agents, all sorts of things like that, that qualify for that level 3. That's, you know, for example, the federal requirement for like big data is armed security of the data center, biometric access. There's a lot of really strict requirements.
Was this conference kind of like the Esri conference where you got different tracks and you have to pick?
No, no, they do things differently. We are all in the room the whole time together. It's a lot more valuable.
You're locked in one room,
Not only-
and if you leave, you're lucky to get back in.
No coming away missing like, oh, I had to go to this session, but I missed that one.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, okay.
no, and you're sitting there with the high level execs from firms. So like, Sanborn, the president of Sanborn, John Koppel, you know, the Alex Coleman, the president of, or the CEO of, Rock. And so you have the high power thinkers, the high level execs that are developing the sensors or are working to develop the new sensors for capturing imagery and whatnot. And LiDAR, and so they're all there.
And it's like they're a participant with you, not like they're got a booth that you go talk. They're sitting next to you.
There's no booths.
There's it's different.
Okay.
It's really
And they
great.
don't have a vendor booth there.
No, God, no.
That's what the speed network.
Right.
Yeah, no, that is highly frowned upon, vendor booths at the conference.
And that New View, they're launching their own satellite that's gonna be able to do QL1 or QL2 LiDAR collection. Satellite.
Satellite, wow.
Yeah. But it's just, and then they all have business relationships with each other, and you start to learn that, and then that's interesting, because then you just, the more you understand how they work with each other, I think it's easier for procurement purposes.
Well, and taking on that relationships thing is, I noticed that, you know, you talk to everybody and the minute you say, you know, of course they ask where you're from, you know, you say Montana. Do you know Aaron? Like everybody knows Aaron.
We have a very, very good reputation.
Yes, and Montana's well respected in that
We're
regard.
one of the founding members of music. Go back a long
Some of
time.
you are women, though.
Yeah, she's way too young for that.
Thank you.
So
Yeah, that's right. I don't get called too young often, but I will take it.
is the November conference that we're having in Bozeman gonna be just like the one?
Yes, it will be. Yeah, and so, yeah, so good segue. I have to,
One more.
oh yeah, no, go for it.
Two things, Arizona, their council, 35 members.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All governor appointed. I'm like,
Yeah, North Carolina just increased to 36, I think,
oh, wow.
or 40 something, and we're the only ones that have
Downsized.
down.
And then for anyone, well, the education side of thing, the GISCI is creating a GISPE. It's called their pre-emerging GISP credential. And
So-
it's set up specifically for students who just graduated so that they can have professional credential. And then it also gives them that professional credential and time to get their experience so that they can eventually take the full GISP exam. So,
Was that during a presentation? It
Yeah.
Must have been
Yeah.
sidebarring.
so it's at the end of their academic career, but before their professional career takes off. So it's called the
That's a great
Emerging
idea.
GIS
That was
Professional.
needed.
Yes, no, it's not free.
Oh, no.
But yeah, so it's a career launch, early recognition and the way to build credibility.
How many years do you need? Do you know? 3, 2?
At least, I think to do your GISP, full GISP, you probably need at least 3 or 4 years of experience, you know, to get those experience points.
Right.
To get the.
But the
numbers.
E is 1 year, or you don't need
It's,
it?
I think you have it for 3 years.
Okay, cool.
I didn't write that down,
As
but
far as.
It's for people who are about ready to graduate.
Oh, so you don't need experience. Oh, okay.
yeah, it's for students. Essentially, it's pre-emerging, so for students who just graduated, so that they can have a professional credential tagged on to their signature. And
Awesome that college degree is not enough.
Yes.
That's all. Thanks.
but you
Cool,
know, it's
that's a
about
great
your,
idea.
about professional career, and it shows that
Yeah.
you're keeping up with the ethics and the
Yep.
everything along those lines.
Yes, exactly.
So, all right.
All right, cool. I have to work through the budget to see if, I would like for someone to come into mid-year in DC, because it's really awesome to be able to go with our, with the council member to the delegation, to meet with our delegations and,
Is that in 2026?
yeah, sorry, yep, 6. I can't make the magic happen again. 1 screen. That's 6, thank you. And not only do we meet with our delegations, but like that's where we'll try to meet with NACO and other working group meetings. And it won't be on a break because it's not around Easter, so we should probably have really good attendance this go around. And then the council member, I guess we're council members for the NGIAC Council. The reps from the states that, a lot of we're lucky here that we're able to meet with our constituencies. But a lot of them from other states are not allowed. It's like, don't step anywhere close to them, but they can go as a private citizen. And so last year, Wyoming came with us as a private citizen to just kind of learn. And then she also went to Texas. And so like, that's another, and it's a really good learning opportunity to have to go see a senator or congressman and talk to them or their staffers. And then just to be on the Capitol campus. And were you with us when we rode the train? We got the underground train?
yeah.
It was so awesome. And so, and then just have that experience in general and next gen. So there's a big next gen meeting that we happen to talk to the right people. That's the other thing that happens at NISJIC. You just happen to mention something that nobody thought of. This is like, oh, we're gonna be in DC at that time. It's like a big next gen meeting. And so, we're gonna try to get NISJIC and next gen together somehow for our coordination, during that week. And I'm gonna run the numbers because, you know, flights from Helena are just downright expensive. To see if we can, in our current budget, if we can afford to send another council member. I'm not sure. I'll try to get that done by November so we can get the travel put in place. But the really exciting news is, I worked very hard. We'll say that I'll take over many years. That's taking, yeah. Started back in 2014 when Stu was around, and it was my first NISJIC conference to get NISJIC to come to Montana. Because it is a very expensive place to come to and the flight options are limited. So a few years ago, we had it settled and it's gonna be in Bozeman downtown the first week of November. And I am working through, well, we just finished the plan. I joined the conference planning committee to get my point across. And so we'll be starting the Washington, planning that conference, but we'll probably be starting planning the November conference here shortly. And, we'll talk about internally what we can do for costs next year, but it would be awesome, regardless of what the council can afford, to send everyone to have you join us. And so it is elections week, which really stinks because I'm trying to get the Secretary of State to come, and I know it's not the best time for locals if you are participating in elections, but it'll be a really fantastic event. So hopefully just keep it on your calendar. I'll put it on your calendars. And then I try to make sure you guys all got this. Some of these, I think these were open to all as well. There are events that they do open. And this is some of the heaviest hit webinars that we've ever seen with NISJIC. It's like 400 plus people. I think they have like 500 or 600 people registered. And I would say that go back and watch these if you haven't yet. There are some states that are doing some really fantastic things when it comes to map accessibility. And some of them are Minnesota, Colorado, and I cannot remember who did the last one. Minnesota, Colorado, Arizona. Anyway, it's out there and they're well attended, and I think everyone who does GIS or is responsible for putting out maps would benefit from these. And then this is what the old dashboard looked like, and you saw the new one. So basically we just kind of rearranged things and we expanded it to instead of a 6-year, a 7-year, because gosh, you know, 2020 was just so funky. I don't want to just like fall back on the 2020. So we kept it at 2019. We're moving forward. We rearranged this left-hand panel to be on the bottom just to have more real estate for some of these other charts, and updated the information to have the new numbers, and had a couple folks look at it to test it for us. If you ever find anything that looks out of place or you want to provide input, please let us know. Here's what the new one looks like. So this is what you just saw. We did remove one tab. What was it? It was a duplication. Oh, it just kind of showed things on a different angle.
Yeah, it's the historical reportations,
Right.
annual reportations, and we decided just to keep the historical tab and remove the
Yeah.
filtered 6-year, now 7-year.
Yeah.
Reportations, so.
So you will see, where's the when you click on the collections info, is the last date update, is that in that still? When you timestamp the update? It's in the collections info tab.
It should be in the top right-hand corner. It's.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It's right
Yeah.
above, it's sitting.
So-
in front.
So that was the last time, so now you don't have to kind of scroll down for it, so it's kind of upfront. So it runs weekly.
Yeah.
And I want to thank Matt for all his hard work on that, and getting that updated. And so I would say when you want to take a look at it to see how things are going in October, wait till December. Maybe the new year, and you'll start to see those numbers. So we've been busy over the past couple months. We've done a lot. We had some 911 visits to the counties, went to the UC, had a really good conversation with the higher level executives with some of my counterparts on communication and how licensing was rolled out and how states were not satisfied with how things were done. And they listened and they want to do better at communications. So I met with the head of state and local sales and the head of global sales. So we'll see. They gave us their personal emails. I might use them. We did our past grantees outreach interviews and we talked about those. Sorry, I've got a lot of acronyms in here. MACR, clerks and recorders, did that in August. Those are our partners with the GeoNative Elections Project. And remember, just a reminder, those are the ones that put forth the changes into the collection bill to give us the increase and then the inflationary adjustments. We did 3D HP discussions. Oops. We did a learning session for developers trying to get access to those groups of people that do development for state government, and everybody that joined us was basically a GIS person. So I'm like, oh, we didn't reach the people we needed to, but I think they still got something from it. And we're going to try to continue to do that. Gallatin Watershed Council and partners for 3DHB application discussions, that's been very fruitful. Talk about that in a minute. NISJIC, Nina APCO, which was last week, Bob Cochran attended that. And then the Mako conference this week, and then I shoved these in there. And then upcoming, we've got the Marls seminar, which Michael and Evan will attend tomorrow. And then the annual Association of Planners, which is in Helena, and we will be providing a workshop for using authoritative data and addressing tools for smarter planning. So Matt and Michael are working on that one. The American Water Resources Association, AWRAs in Great Falls, and we're going to be having a booth to promote LiDAR and 3DHP. League is in October in Billings. Matt and I will be going to that, and I've already forgotten my presentation conversation, probably about why geospatial coordination matters. But I really like I think our presentation last year was really well received on why everyone needs to be coordinating, and this is like kind of expanding that discussion. And I think we're on Thursday, if anyone's going. And so we've been invited, this is the new one, to the Joint Engineers Conference. They invited us last year, but it was too last minute. And so they said, hey, you remember us? And they actually, if you ever get invited to go, it is really kind of well organized. And if it was not in Helena, I would have gotten everything paid for because they invited me to present.
What did you say? It was well engineered.
Yeah.
That's good.
I would say that.
Just like, I would assume it would.
People really carefully.
Well, that's true. Yeah, and they would hire staff that would be the same as well. And so they asked us for a presentation on elevation. And so we're going to give them the LiDAR and elevation presentation. It's like a 2-hour presentation. And so Troy and I are going to do that. And then we said, well, since we're there, it's in Helena, we're going to have a booth. And so we'll be doing that November 5th, 6th, and 7th. Oh, and the other two that didn't make it because we're still speccing it out, but we're going to kind of lean into some of our staff strengths that they, I guess, had before joining the library, which is Garrett Weichel was raised on a sheep farm, and he still helps out with the family farm. And there's a wool growers convention in Billings in December, and then there's the stock growers, and we're going to see what that might be like and where it could lead into new partnerships. And so and then Matt, of course, being a ranch
I want
kiddo.
to the great growers.
Yeah.
I'm a farmer. So.
Yeah, well, you speak all the same language. You had animals.
There'll be wars forever about farmers versus ranchers.
I know. So we are going to be, I think the budget's gonna work out, so we'll be attending those in Billings as well. So here is the list of the recent working group meetings. We're, because this is kind of like our conference season, we're kind of slowing down a little, but we'll be, I think imagery that's a tough one. There's a lot going on with imagery. I think we're just gonna continue the conversation right now because it is such an expansive theme and it impacts us all, and really, it's more of like just coming up with a good way to find funding for that in the future, because the desire is there, so now we just have to find the desire and the funds together. So for those of you that want to know about imagery, it was prioritized for us to get 30 centimeter, which is the first, I do believe the first time we've ever been prioritized for 30 centimeter, which is pretty great, but it also triples our storage. And so it's a welcome, I guess, problem to deal with, so that we now have 1 foot resolution. It's 1 foot, right? Yeah. And so we always kind of have issues with how our data gets collected because of our early snows and then our fire season. And so as far as September 5th, that is what they've collected. And this is pretty standard throughout the past few years of imagery collects. I don't know, I haven't really paid attention to what's going on in the mountains, but it looks pretty clear. So I'm assuming they're trying to collect the rest, and it's being collected by Hexagon. They're the major contractor in this.
So are they putting out a preliminary service for that yet?
I don't think so, no. I think they're still collecting, yeah, so. And then this is really exciting, in regards to the broad agency announcement for 3DHP, so that's the hydro. So that's the new version of water database for the state and the nation. So we have, for the first step was to collect elevation for the whole state. We have that now, I believe almost the entire state. And then they build the water model off of the elevation model, right? It makes sense. But it all has to be done through a very specific process, and that process is costly. And the 3DHP is almost as costly as collecting elevation data for the state. So $30+ million. And we were able to take advantage of the USGS BAA for the 3D elevation program. And we're hoping that we can rely on some of our federal partners to kind of step up, including the USGS, to help fund it. So the bottom right corner is Gallatin watershed. That has been kind of like a homegrown process. They're really interested in collecting that information. And there's been people that have been meeting regularly. They found some funding, including the city, county, and the conservation group, I believe. And so they put a BAA a grant in for 3DHP. And then this other one on the left was based on a Blaine County submittal. It was based on a grant that was canceled, but the USGS had told them just to apply. So so I was surprised because they told me that last week. One of the contractors, they said, "Oh, you had 2 submittals." I was like, "No, we didn't. We just had 1." They're like, "No, Blaine County." I was like, "Wait, what?" So I was really excited to hear that had happened, and that Shane Fox and his group in Blaine County had went ahead and submitted it. And sometimes we're just kind of at the mercy of seeing what they'll allow in a grant program. So that's really exciting, and they'll be some of the first states to do that. So that's my update for coordination, and I know it's a lot.
Questions for Aaron? Eric, where you met? Thanks for your input on the ministry conferences. It is a pretty fantastic conference to attend, and I'm super excited that we'll have it here next year. And Aaron worked very, very hard.
Just because it's here doesn't mean we get to go free.
No, I might go work something.
We'll figure out that, because I think it's a really important opportunity for folks to be exposed to.
Yeah. There is just a day registration. If you don't want to go for the whole thing, like, you know, and a lot of people can't, so.
Yeah. And is it the 35th anniversary?
Yes, it will be. Yeah, that's right. The 25th, we had t-shirts and challenge coins, so you never know what you'll get. And that was in, oh my gosh, it'll be my 10th district, well, 11th, but yeah, that's coordinated. Yeah.
Knows alternative places.
No, I'm working on maybe some rodeo stuff, perhaps, or archery?
You could do a mechanical bull. I'm not kidding.
Well, that was done in Nashville. Yeah,
They did?
well, not a
Not an
sponsored
official
event,
thing.
not an official event.
I did not.
Eric and I joined off hours on our own personal time. We did the National Geospatial Golf Collaborative Golf outing, but this one, they cannot have, I looked into a fishing. It's just gonna be too hard to do a fishing competition. You really have to love fishing.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe fishing as too hard.
I know, but it's November, like,
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
you don't know.
you know, there's
plans
people
or
coming
open
from
water.
Florida.
Touche, when you get an ice grill.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Thanks for joining us, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
I got done earlier.
Yep.
Fire drill.
Yeah, but I'm pretty excited, it's great. Yeah, we'll come up with something. I already have ideas on who I wanna ask to present, and I was working with some tribal folks, they're talking about maybe doing a blanket ceremony, which would be really cool. I'm trying to invite a lot of tribes. Since we're kind of centrally located to a lot of tribes out in the northwest, yeah. Eric?
Is Jackson on? Should say, does anyone make it on?
You are.
Well. Guess that's just me, huh? Okay. I will try to do my best. They had their retreat a while back, about a month ago now, I think, and they did some planning on that side of things. We've got a number of new elected members, so that was a big thing about bringing them in, getting them. Getting all that moved and transferred over, the secretary, the treasurer, all that kind of fun stuff to get those sides of things set up. Big news, the conference, the MGIAC conference, will be up in Whitefish. This coming spring, so in April. I guess it's Grouse Mountain is where the event will be. They did do some some moving around of funds, so there should be a little bit more coming available for scholarships when scholarship announcements come out for students, along those lines of things. And there's also a little bit the MGIAC meetup side of things with the budgets. So there's still, you still have a cap, but there's, they still, I think they're trying to get it so that more folks can do these meetups, from what I understand. And so, still got some plans going on for GIS Day. Don't know if they're where they're at with that side of things. So, yeah, I can give more details next time. I just assumed one of them would be on today. There I go making mistakes. I should have left at 1 when I was planning to. I probably abandoned students at Carroll today, so. But yeah, I mean, they're doing well. I mean, they're doing well. They've had a lot more, trying to get a lot more discussions about how to get, well, like here, get more involvement, get people more involved, the scholarship sides of things with getting students, funding and whatnot, things like that. So, but overall, I think the MGIAC organization is doing well fiscally and along that side of things. So that's good.
Questions for Eric?
I have a question, Eric. We are, so the RGCs and regional geospatial coordinators for the BIA. We're attempting to have like a tribal track. But one of the ways that we had discussed and that, sometimes it's difficult because of budgets to get folks to attend, but offering a tribal price. Or something where it could cover lunch or something like that. And so I just wanted to bring that up to see if we could figure out a way to build that into the cost of the conference. And then maybe even put it as a prospectus item for someone to sponsor it. So it's not a huge burden to make it. But, trying to ask for something, but also provide a solution at the same time.
For like mega conference or for the.
For Big Sky Geocon.
Put that out there. So kind of that having a, similar to the student
Yeah.
discount.
Yeah. Something, we can work through it, but they thought that might get more folks attending. And we could draw in tribes from northern Idaho, and maybe Wyoming and Washington, Eastern Washington. Yeah, pretty cool.
Other questions for Eric? Thanks, Eric. We appreciate it. Lee and Marie, did you have an update you wanted to share? I hope so.
Perfect. So from the local government perspective, mostly city perspective, most of the folks that I had conversations with were city. Some of the, just wanted to start these conversations and these updates thinking about what are the issues that local government GIS staff are facing. And then just kind of work our way into over time, are there specific asks for the council or anything, but really right now, just trying to surface some of the issues that folks are facing. So with that kind of a context in mind, some of the primary issues that came up to me to bring today are things about city county data alignment. We've got the donut and the donut hole. And, even think about it with the state, you've got the donut and the donut hole and then the donut hole, to steal from the Knives Out movie. So those issues with the addresses, roads, parcels, etc., and those alignments at those boundaries. It's a real prevalent issue and it often leads to every entity kind of managing separate data sets. That's huge for Missoula and apparently for a lot of other places. And so, thinking about how support for local government in that realm, obviously there's the idea of the grant funds that could support levels, efforts to achieve that alignment. But other types of support that would be helpful or necessary to help build effective data management and those workflows over time. So that really comes back to parallel what we were talking about earlier today, with that like addressing standard and some of that, but really how do we build those? How do we help local governments with those workflow diagrams, like that process diagramming, and how do you work out what the current process is and how can you do some change management to get to the point of using a standard addressing model and stuff like that. And so there's different levels of things happening in terms of coordination at different places, but regardless of your ability to coordinate between a city and a county, it's an issue everywhere. Yeah, so that's one of the more prevalent issues that I've heard, and firstly myself as well, want to start seeing if there's some ways that we can work into.
Can I
Yeah.
make sure I heard you correctly? So I just want to repeat back where I think the two major ones were, so support and data standard and policy implementation, technical support.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then, support and data alignment workflows.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that one, that concept of, I don't know, I don't want to dig into it too much right now, but.
Is
yes.
it the tech side or is it also the coordination piece? Okay.
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I just want to throw this back at you. There's talk about centrally managing parcels, checking in, checking out, now that the technology might be there for that?
Hmm.
Do you think that people would be open to that, like a centralized database that they edit out of? But we try to do with parcels.
Yeah,
I'd remove the donor hole.
yeah, that could be really interesting. I mean, because that leads to like what I'm gonna be trying to do with Missoula County.
Right, exactly.
In that where I'll be hopefully getting to the point where we'll co-author the county's parcel data set.
Yeah.
So yeah, if we're working towards that on a
Okay.
broader scale would be really beneficial. Yeah. Now how people are open to it, I think the big thing is, and I see this in my own staff too, is retaining that, where there is skill and ability, retaining the authority and that, responsibility for it. It's like when I bring up to my staff, whether we, say, okay, well, the county's got this improved parcel layer, can we rely on the county to do this now? It's absolutely not. You know,
Sure.
and so it's like, how do we work with, every level
Mm-hmm.
to be able to provide that, skill, yeah, for access. The continuing into, you know, there's some data needs that got brought up, easements and right of ways. And again, kind of not having rent money available means that this is not even considered. And, you know, those are kind of important data sets to have, but definitely lower on the priority list, in terms of funding. Sorry, these are not in the best order, but I'm just gonna read them at this point. I heard a lot about staffing issues. And you know, this isn't necessarily something that the library or the council can do a lot with, but just a common theme within local governments is not enough staff and high turnover. Some cities have issues with turnover and getting qualified candidates, and some have issues with just not enough positions, and that's the funding piece, and the growth, not having enough staff to handle the workload. Some have both, so that's always how do you leverage additional resources and stuff? Question.
I think that is something we can do as the council in our office, because that's a presentation I've been wanting to deliver to Mako for a while.
Yeah.
Just an educational component. And
There's
and there's a staffing issues everywhere.
Yeah, that's a big one, is how to, you know, every time as development grows and the engineering staff grows, they don't realize that we have to grow, GIS has to grow as well to handle their workload, you know, the second part of the workload, right? So there's this disconnect, so. And then just around a couple of specific data sets, I heard there's a lot of conversation around addressing, which again parallels that conversation that we were having earlier today, but it gets down into the nitty-gritty in terms of like addressing ADUs. Yeah, and you know, there are a lot of people adopting similar processes, but they're different, and there's a lot of concerns across the board on how to appropriately address the stuff for emergency services and all of these different angles, and everybody's doing it just a little bit differently. And so there's a lot of conversation around that, which is great that there's conversation rather than doing it all in a vacuum. But that was one of the things that came up. Legislatively, the Montana Land Use Planning Act, came in 2023. There's a considerable amount of work for cities that meet the population threshold in order to comply. And this is something that people are going out to consultants for, because again, that staffing capacity, they don't have the capacity to be able to meet the demand of that act. And again, there's a lot of reliance on the MSL data for these, because most of the cities don't maintain a lot of the required data sets or those related data sets, such as the hazards, sensitive lands, and different things like that. So there's definitely a tie in there to the work that the MSL is doing. So
Is that, at Mako, I grabbed a copy of their land use legislation handout. Does that have to do, and I starred all the ones that I thought were relevant to us, with the manufactured housing or the requirements for zoning?
more the requirements for zoning,
Okay.
yeah, and the requirements for.
Cause it's all the zoning
it's-
law.
It's all the zoning law, and then there's the piece that's that land use, it's that you have to have the growth
Growth policy,
policies,
land
yeah.
use plan.
It's the land use planning and the growth policy, so the overarching, that then that zoning, because the zoning stuff came in last year, not very great, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's layered together, so
I'll make you guys a copy of this.
that'd be really.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
So
ADUs
there's-
are in here.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, and because that's a big thing with the zoning and everything, so there's layers, all of these things, and what I'm hearing is a lot of it, Missoula included, there's not the capacity to meet the requirements that those acts are putting into place in terms of the mapping and the resources that are required.
I just want to make a note on that point. I forwarded the council a meeting invitation or like a save the date basically for the Natural Heritage Program Partners meeting, which will be on November 6th. And the National Heritage Program has been working with the League of Cities and Towns pretty extensively to make sure that people are making use of the land use layer that the Heritage Program maintains and is aware of some of these things. I know that will be one of the things that we talked about at that partners meeting.
Yeah, it was noted that they rely on MSL and the Heritage Program data a lot for a lot of those related layers, because they're not things that we have the ability or the staffing to maintain at that local level.
Absolutely.
The other thing is just always assistance and continued work with the DOR tables and training and how to leverage that data. And Eric responded to my inquiry about that with some specific, like, here, go here. And so just working on getting that information out a little bit more, but there's always trouble with that stuff, even using those resources. So that's, yeah.
Yes.
Anyhow,
Yeah, it's a lot.
there's a lot there, and that's just really kind of scratching the surface. So I want to find a way to try and maybe Maria and I can work on this moving forward, wanting to try and kind of, how do we distill all of this to present as a concise update? But there's a start.
What do you think the best way to deliver the DOR?
That's a tough one. I don't know.
Training? Megan, our own tech, our own all-day workshop? I don't know.
Well, you've done them at the major conferences. You've had,
Right.
someone
Yeah.
from Department of Revenue has done a sequel.
Is it
Sequel thing.
is it too much overlap with the conference?
It's too much overlap with the conference, because again, there's so many tracks and different things happening. Can you get to that one?
Yeah.
And are the right people who want to learn that actually at the conference? So how, if there's a way to.
I just sent the links from the cadastral, the FTP site. You go to the FTP site, when you go to download, they have the Orion table, the metadata, not metadata, but
It's a lot.
It's a
the
lot.
Orion table showing how the
Mhm.
links built between everything and all that. The only reason I dug into them is because all those years ago, I dug into them because I built relational
Right.
ties between our AS400 and
Okay.
SQL tables way back when, and then now we use it. I do it I investigated it in order to come up with the comparable match to what Department of Revenue told our budget folks the impervious surfaces were, and so I tried to figure out how did they do that from their appraisal data. And so you go in, you have to find all the property tables and then link them together and then pull all the square footage from, here's this outbuilding, how big it is, here's this asphalt, here's the concrete used, and to pull out all that impervious surface.
And did it align with what you discovered?
It was very close to what our revenue folks had. And it was so that's just a report I have set up that I just go in and update it and rerun the spatial table and the spatial views each year when they ask about it, so.
I guess the question to pose back to you and the community would be then, it doesn't feel like it would just be how to use the tables. It sounds like there might also be a gap with how to use the SQL.
There's probably a gap how to use the SQL, but I think there's also a little bit of a gap of what questions can and should we be asking of it.
Okay.
Because I think there's a lot of information there. It didn't even occur to me to pull that, But then the work it would take me to replicate like what you did, it would, how do you find all of that? It's just overwhelming.
Well, and
And again, it comes back to
yeah,
that capacity piece,
Yeah,
right?
because their tables are, the way the tables are named are not intuitive. And there is a spreadsheet, and I don't know if I provided that, there is a spreadsheet I got from someone at some point in time that has the tabs at the bottom are plain English.
Oh, yeah, we might have put that.
That might be one of the tables that's
Yeah,
off.
things
the-
like that,
yeah.
you know, you kind of,
Okay.
additional tools like that.
Well, you also look, sorry.
You know, I was gonna say their attributes are all acronyms.
Mhm.
And it's acronyms the appraisers understand, and they go out and do the field collection, and so you have, you know, your structures in one point, then you have your other building yard improvements. And another point, so you have to like marry those two together, but they're completely different.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And what
no,
IDs do you need to have to be able to track through all
Mm-hmm.
the things, they're different, you have to pull these two things in order to get the ID to get to that one, and there's so
complicated.
much complexity there, like, is there?
It's a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of data.
It's
But
sort of
also-
a table views.
Right.
I have all sorts of system, I mean, database table views that then eventually all join and work together with a master table.
There's
sometimes.
also a major duplication of data that people are purchasing that is all available in
Yes,
DOR.
yeah.
And like, we know that at the state, I couldn't imagine it local.
Yeah.
And it's just like, if we can tease that out and pull that out, maybe that's something that we could even, if we show elimination, duplication and spending.
Yeah,
Well,
so there's a whole conversation around that is definitely worth some time at some point.
For sure. Maureen, you had?
Yeah, so going from the technical to the communication side, one of the biggest things for me was when I had a conversation with Aaron in August about our geospatial plan and how do we get feedback on that? And how do we communicate that to people we represent? Well, Joe had a really good idea about, you know, providing them a written report of these meetings, which, you know, I report back to the people that are kind of more at the, not the head of MACO, but, you know, in that line of the MACO leadership. And it's just a verbal report, but, you know, I was telling him, giving them a written report actually kind of maybe puts that more in front of them and they can pass that on a little easier. Trying to get that feedback from various groups on our geospatial plan was a big tell on how I've failed at that communication and how I need to work on that communication back to our counterparts that we're supposed to be representing. And, you know, open up that line of communication more. I work with our local Department of Revenue office and I have very good communication through that whole region with all of them. But, you know, maybe work more to where they're like, hey, do you want to present at one of our trainings? You know, kind of thing, and come in and work with them with that because they have regional trainings often in our area because Miles City is kind of a regional hub. Maybe going in and working with them, you know, saying, hey, this is what, you know, we're working on and what we would like feedback from you on. Maybe having that as an idea. Also building that communication within our offices within the county and the city. How do we do the 911 addressing? Well, like I represent 3 counties. So, working to make sure that we're all working with the same type of addressing data sets. And so, that communication has improved since this position that I'm in now has been added to the county. So just building on that and maybe taking that out further.
I think sometimes you might underestimate your input and how the rest of the community would even NISJIC would benefit from hearing how you work across 3 counties and how successful you are. I think I'd keep that in mind, especially for future like council meetings, or not council meetings.
Okay.
I think it's good to hear about. It's not easy communicating across county boundaries.
Yes, that's true.
Joe provided us a written report. It's fantastic.
And you know why I did?
Because you have to do it somewhere else.
Well, Then I can just say as submitted.
Yeah.
Oh, you are a smart man.
Any questions for Joe?
As submitted, Jenny, as submitted.
Are you playing golf on Saturday?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
So,
I'll be both on Saturday.
and just in brief, you know, Miles is. I'm not sure if you all knew this or not, but a few years back, our administrator's secretary, Kaylee Dalton, passed away in the funding. It's been a bit of a struggle the last few years, but we're getting our organization kind of back together and, you know, things are looking better, so.
Yeah, that was difficult. Very difficult. Yeah, I guess my question back to you is, we are gonna be there in February. Well, Michael will be there tomorrow, but for your annual conference, like. Last year, Dan had reached out and asked us to do a workshop. So,
Like we did last year.
yeah, just let us know if what you want from us. We'll be there to present our usual topics, but if there's anything that the board wants, please let us know. I'd be happy to volunteer, Matt. No, not just that.
Thanks, Joe. We're glad you're here. Valentina, I apologize. I realized we left you off of the list of council updates.
Oh my gosh.
So sorry.
Your congratulations.
You want the 30-second
Yeah,
update?
Oh,
do, definitely.
Let's see, so geography is no more really at university. I think there's still 3 people that work there, but they're all in the College of Forestry now. So there's no more major in geography, but the certificate's going relatively strong. There's 67 students in it right now, so that's cool. From all majors all across campus. It's not just forestry people, even though it's housed in the College of Forestry. It's been kind of, the whole certificate's been kind of, I don't know, on the back burner for a bit because we didn't have any staff since Kevin McManigal, who was the main instructor and kind of the lead for the program since he left 2 years ago. We finally hired somebody this semester, so now we have a new GIS lead in the faculty again, so that's kind of good. His name is Jonathan Batchelor. He came from the University of Washington.
I think I remember seeing the list of people that were. There was a Brian Collins, but it's not the Brian Collins that we know.
Correct.
There was a short list.
Yeah. Who
Because they
did
were-
the job?
Yeah, they were doing
Mhm.
presentations.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I know Brian. I was like, oh, no.
So I texted Brian, I was like, "You're coming back," and he's like, no. I was like, okay.
No, it was a
What was Jonathan's last name?
Bachelor, B-A-T-C-H. Any questions?
No question, I do apologize, that was my bad on the agenda. But, some of the topics that we're hearing about nationally. This falls in line with, both federal and higher education is, it has been identified. As a, national security risk. That we aren't turning off enough students for geospatial activities. And so, this was delivered at the Colorado Springs conference, and it did come up this past week, and I cannot remember with which conversation. So that means usually when that happens, there's a funding mechanism. So I'll try to learn more and keep my ear open, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware that it could be an opportunity for our schools in the state of Montana, even maybe K-12 to prep for higher ed, but it is going to be a significant portion of our national security, as it already is in the future. And so especially with geodetic science, which I think Brian Shaw's on the call, but anyway, just kind of keep that in mind.
Thanks, Valentina. I don't think Brian Marcos.
Nope.
Okay. Alan, last but definitely not least.
Oh, least in some worlds.
Not ours.
No, as you know, the federal people lost a lot of really good talent in a very short amount of time recently. Which gave no opportunity to transition that knowledge to other people. So we've really taken a few steps back. Like I said, myself, I managed the GIS program for 3 states. I'm also the state data administrator for 3 states. I also manage the public room for 3 states. I manage the FOIA program, the records program, the privacy program. It's getting to be too much. I 2 weeks ago, I said, I've got to get out of this. I got to get back to my GIS because it's hurting and we're not managing our data well and everything. It's just, there's just nobody to pull from. So I did at least reach out, and I've got a good collection list of other federal folks that I contacted before this meeting. I sent out the materials, made sure they had the links, invited feedback. Everybody who was still around got back to me, and at least I've got that. So I want to be able to represent the whole federal program, but we're very good at building what I call silos of excellence between each program, which within each agency. Now, there's some crossover because we are in charge of the surveying and the cadastral part for all the agencies, the BIA, the Forest Service, and the BLM, and Park Service and things like that. So we do a lot of surveying with as few surveyors as we have, which is 2. And so, I mean, compared to 16 that we had years ago, so we were doing surveys and projects all over the place. But that brings me up to another point I'll bring up in a minute here, but, we are at least talking among ourselves, or I will make sure and have an effort to have a concise federal voice if I can at this council. One of the things I think since our meeting last year that I want to tout as a really good success is that we did manage to bring on an individual that's specific in parcel fabric work. We thought for sure we were going to lose this person because they were on probation, but we managed to get him through, and he's permanent now. And Andy Hunt, he works a lot with Jeff Headstrom. So where have we come since then as far as the cadastral base? Well, we are ingrained in the parcel fabric. We are working one-on-one with the state of Montana. We have the same parcel fabric between BLM and the state of Montana. So as we bring in surveys, which Montana's only had 1 in the last year, we'll bring those surveys in, we'll check those in the parcel fabric for closure and control. And then those points will automatically go into the fabric, do the adjustments as needed, least squares among all the adjoining line work and everything, and that becomes part of what we all share, Montana and BLM. So where do we go from this? Well, a couple big data sets that we manage that I think are used by a lot of state agencies are Surface Management Agency and Subsurface Mineral Estate. When you bring those in, eventually you'll be able to it will actually line up with the parcel fabric, which lines up with the state parcel data. Now it's kind of like a Russian doll. So you've got the big one, like Lee was saying, then you've got the state, then you've got the county, and then you've got the local. How does all 3 of those participate in the same geodatabase? Don't know, but I think there's probably a way somehow.
The tech is there.
Crack that nut.
Yeah.
So as far as our participation in the state of Montana, we've come a long way in a year, thank goodness. Now, this is going to lead us to eventually the dream that we had with Michael to have a nice statewide transportation layer, because we've taken and I've got a lot of folks working on what they call transportation management plans. So each field office has to do a transportation management plan with their road data. And then they plan on it, whether it's closed at certain times of the year, is it maintained or not, and things like that. But basically it takes and it maps the roads that are there. Well, that now will line up with the ownership data. So we will be able to eventually have a one-to-one relationship when it leaves federal land and it goes to private land. Someday having a nice vertex to vertex connection between the federal and the private lands as they go through that. We have our own acronym for it. It's called GTLF, Ground Transportation Linear Feature. I don't know who came up with that idea, but that's basically roads, not trails. It's roads. Trails is its own beast. But we're going to eventually have that all snapped to the edge of those boundaries, which will then take off in Michael's world for the private lands beyond federal. effort to, I mean, we've been working on that for years now, trying to get that done. So as soon as I get those transportation plans done by the various field offices, we'll have one overall transportation layer, which will be really nice to match up. We are working on we work on a lot of big data standards because we have to work with the whole country on, state by state for new standards for surface management, new standards for subsurface mineral estate, which we're working on together. And so we have a kind of a Russian doll type thing too. We have what's called national compilation, which compiles all the different BLM agencies that are doing different things in different states, all operating though on the very same standard. So we haven't had that in a lot of our data sets, but that's the concept. And so the harvesting of that, which is kind of something that the state could do if we all work off the same standard, is that, you know, when it comes time to do the compilation, they harvest from the individual enterprise databases, move that up to FME and build that one composite. And so those are national data sets that a lot of people probably grab and pull as services from federal data sets. BIA has federal data sets, we have federal data sets, Forest Service, something like that. So we operate on a NSDI kind of platform or blueprint where you guys are, you know, MSDI, Montana Spatial, ours is National Spatial Data Infrastructure, you know, kind of same concept, big doll, little doll. We push a lot of stuff through Hub. We have a big Hub site, so if you can go on a Hub site, you can look for national data, you look for state data. We've got different theme categories: cadastral, minerals, lands, transportation, on and on, things like that. It's a really nice looking data set to push stuff through. And I think the Forest Service, I mean, we've kind of been a leader in a sense, the BLM. Forest Service is kind of following suit with that. BIA has been kind of following suit with some of the same things we're doing. There's been a lot of talk with combining a lot of data sets into one. We're up in the Azure cloud. All of our stuff is cloud computing. We've brought in some other agencies under what we've done at the BLM. There's talk about bringing Forest Service in, perhaps to just a lot of consolidation talk, database consolidation, eliminating databases, eliminating contracts, eliminating segments of government. I just don't think we're there yet as far as a final how's it going to shake out. You know, we didn't lose anybody in the rifts. We thought we would. I said, bring it on, please, so we would know what the baseline is. Okay, now we can go up from here.
Yeah.
So we still don't know what the baseline is for us, wise, to where we can, okay, but this is what we got to work with now. It's only up. We're still waiting for that to come. And so are the other agencies. And some of these people that I think I had as my contacts, I didn't hear back from. I think they're probably gone and retired. So. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Well, federal government's loss was a big gain, for our, what was it? I think Gail said that, the city of Bozeman. She said they had a GIS position open. They had over 90 applicants.
Yeah, that's just
Like
90 to 1.
75 of them
Let's start with that.
qualified.
And 76 or 75 is what they qualified, and they ended up getting one who was a former federal employee who actually lived in Bozeman, so it worked out well on that side of things that they didn't have to deal with, but 90. I mean, I cringe when I get asked to sit on a hiring committee where there's more than 14 candidates. I can't imagine having to review 90, let alone 76 final ones. So, I mean.
You're working 2 hours, so.
Oh my gosh. Drive safely. Safely. Good to see everybody. Thank you all for your updates. We want to make this a regular part of the meetings. It's really helpful and important, I think, for us to hear from each other. Really appreciate that.
Right now, I'm gonna do a joke there. Typed up and submitted, it's as submitted.
So we get it like a week ahead of time. Yeah.
You set the bar high.
Well done.
Let's see, a couple of other business items, just a reminder, the commission meeting is October 8th we'll get that agenda sent out to all of you, any of you who want to, join via Zoom. You're welcome to join that, discussion for the geospatial information plan. And then like I said, I forwarded you a save to date for the Natural Heritage Program Partners meeting on November 6th. It's a great opportunity to hear from them, what they're doing across the program, zoology, botany, data management, land cover updates will be of particular interest at this meeting. So if you have time, really encourage you to participate in that. We'll send the agenda out when that goes out. Are there any other business or announcements? Just a reminder, your next meeting is November 13th. We'll finalize the location. This works well if we don't use Chipotle. So look for more information about that location of that meeting. Is there any public comments? Any public comment online? Any public comment? Hearing none, this meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.